The Sabres lose in overtime again by a score of 2-1. Noah Ostlund scored the lone goal for the team. Coming up later this week on Thursday, the Sabres host the St. Louis Blues for a 7 p.m. puck drop. All of the game action, you can catch it right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills, unable to materialize a trade before the deadline yesterday. They did, in fact, cut linebacker Jimmy Charlo and wide receiver Christian Wilkerson from the practice squad. And they also had tryouts with Kingsley Jonathan, Corey Couch, and Casey Tuhill, along with Garrett Nelson as well. Some of the big trades at the deadline yesterday around the NFL. Cowboys acquired defensive tackle Quinnen Williams from the Jets for defensive tackle Mozzie Smith and a 2026 second-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick. The Seahawks acquired wide receiver Rashid Shaheed from the Saints in exchange for a fourth and fifth-round picks. And the Colts have acquired cornerback Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets for A.D. Mitchell and 2 first-round picks. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
There's going to be a beer and a sword.
Are they bringing? They're not bringing that into it.
I don't think so.
They could just put orange juice in it for us or something. What? You got a problem with orange juice?
In general? Or,
Yeah,
or
in
at
general.
Or at a hockey
In general.
game? No. Who has a problem with orange juice?
You don't like eggs, so I didn't know. Maybe you're all against all breakfast items.
Orange juice is fine. I don't know if I want to order one of the Sabres game.
Do you ever look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head?
You would
Ordering a weird thing.
Hey, do you see this sword with the beer goes into? Could you put orange juice in it?
What's weirder? A Cobb salad at a movie theater or a Sabre full of orange juice?
Definitively the Sabre full of
probably
orange
right.
juice.
You're
It's not
probably
even
right.
close.
Can you get an orange juice at the arena?
Why would they have
You
it?
go to the bar where they make mixed drinks and you say, I just want an OJ.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Sabres, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. I don't know if anybody got an orange juice at the arena last night. If you ever do, screenshot it for us. No, not screen, like picture, I guess, to take a picture of the orange juice and send it to us. Like, hey, I got an orange juice at the arena. And then we can ask you why. But maybe, you've got a sore throat. I don't know. Not a lot of maybe just like orange juice. Hey, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Joe is off the rest of the week. He is headed to Miami for his first ever Bills-Dolphins road game experience, which is a pilgrimage that every Bills fan should, of course, take, and he has taken that, and that's very exciting for him. So Joe's out the rest of the week. You got me, Owen's here, Owen Parker, and Joe Cali here as well to bring you through this Wednesday morning. We're kind of loaded up today on some Sabres and some Bills. Sabres losing overtime last night. We'll talk about that with Paul Hamilton coming up at 7 o'clock. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. He joins us a little earlier than normal. He'll be on at 7:30 today. Sal at 8. And then I have to leave a little bit early today because it's I'm going to speak to kids at my kids' school about this job, which is going to be very interesting. Maybe I'll be very nervous. Like, hey, mister, what do you do? I complain about the football team not making trades. That's your job? Kinda. Yeah, I think that is my job. So I'm leaving a little early today to do that. Had a chance to, got invited to speak about career day, and I don't know. I'm gonna talk about it. So that's my plan for the day. And other than that, we'll hang out. We'll talk about the trade deadline that was and wasn't. I have a very controversial take about the Sauce Gardner trade, which is that I think it's totally fine. And I think that people are misguided on a couple things about what trades should be. And I kind of think we're all mixed up on value on who deserves credit and who doesn't. So we'll see. We'll see if you like what I have to say. You can give me a call at 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. All right. So we can get at the Sabres, and there's an alarming stat on the Sabres in overtime, which sounds made up, but it's not. Get to that. But first, the deadline. All right. So tell me about your experience yesterday. Pins and needles, right? Refresh. Come on. And I don't know if I want Von Miller. Debo? I don't want Debo Samuel. Refresh. 4 o'clock hits. Like, all right, well, maybe a deal comes in under the gun or after the fact. All right, hold on. No trades. No trades for the Bills. No trades for the Steelers. No trades for the Patriots. No trades for the Chiefs. The report today is the Chiefs were willing to give up a fourth for Breece Hall, but the Jets wanted a third for Breece Hall. Okay, interesting. That seems like something you should have figured out. All right. My experience in the trade deadline is I don't. What do these GMs do? What's your job? What are you here for? Are you here to auto draft during the draft and then just kind of sit back and say like everything else is too expensive? Or are you here to win? Who's in it to win it? The Colts. Unfortunately, the only team that was really is in it to win it is the Colts. And I don't know that anybody saw it coming. They're going to trade 2 firsts and A.D. Mitchell for Sauce Gardner. But the Colts show you what it looks like when you say, you know what, we're good. We've got a shot here to get better right now and in the future. And we're going to go get a provably good to great player and see if we can continue to help him in the right direction. We've got a smart defensive coordinator. Let's go trade 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. I think that's, wow. And to me, the reaction on the Colts trade is so backwards. The Jets are getting all this credit for what? Like, yes, they do the thing they're supposed to do. You don't give them credit for that. Trading away great players and getting picks in return, anybody could do that. The Sabres have done that 15 times. Anybody can do that. I don't give you credit for that. That's signing your name on a piece of paper. Congratulations, you traded away. Let me check here. Oh, Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams, 2 awesome players for picks. Wow, parade for the Jets. Of course they're supposed to do that. You're not going to parade for them. It's the easiest part of the job. You walk in the door, they tell you, this team stinks. What do you want to do? What if I sell some pieces for some money? Great. You're a genius. What the Colts did, to me, is what the deadline should be for most of these teams. And I'm kind of stunned. I wonder if we'll get there in 2, 3, 4 more years. The deadline has slowly been rolling towards more activity, right? More and more trades. It's more of a day than it was 10 years ago. It's probably more of a day than the NHL trade deadline, which used to have its own ecosystem or whatever, its own orbit for weeks leading up to and trade center. And the NHL trade deadline got really boring, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But tell me the risk for the Colts. Really ask yourself, what is it? Well, I mean, they won't have 2 first-round picks. That's right. What would they have done with those 2 first-round picks? They would have tried to get a player like maybe a Sauce Gardner, who was taken in the top 10, right, and is a very, very good player. The Colts are now good. They're good with, let me check here, Google, Daniel Jones. A team with Daniel Jones as its quarterback goes and spends to try to win now? Daniel Jones? Indiana Jones? That guy? You decide, you know, it's time to win. Let's get better today. What is truly the risk for the Colts? Well, you might miss out on a Sauce Gardner kind of pick. Yeah, and then there's one other first, and what's that? Maybe it's a nice player. You part ways with A.D. Mitchell, and what's that? Saying goodbye to a player that just doesn't work for you. All right. The Colts with Daniel Jones are going in, and the AFC contenders, Bills, Chiefs, who do you want here? Patriots? Chargers? I guess the Chargers made a couple smaller trades. Broncos? These teams don't want it? What? The team with Daniel Jones showed more gumption than any of you? I got to understand it. Somebody explain to me. I don't understand it. This is the NHL. If the teams that had Crosby and McDavid sat at the deadline and the teams that don't have the best players are like, you know what, it's time to try and win this thing. I don't understand. Like, could the Bills have made a huge trade or a small trade? Sure, fine. I'm going to sit here and tell you a lot today that I'm not mad about it, and I'm going to sound mad. But the thing that I am is just, I don't understand. I do not understand how the teams that have the human cheat codes are sitting around. The Eagles, I guess, didn't do that. I don't think they have a human cheat code. What the Eagles' cheat code is their GM, who's always moving and always doing stuff. And he goes out and gets a potentially premier pass rusher, maybe tier 2 guy in Jalen Phillips. They sign everybody. They pay everybody. They have all these amazing players. They don't sit still. And here the bill, I just don't get it. And that's the problem, I guess, is human cheat code on your team, and your answer is to stand pat. Human cheat code running your offense and possibly a road to the 1 seed in a first-round bye. I don't care if you think spending a first-round pick increases your odds to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years by 6%. That 6% seems like a good idea to me. You've never won. You've never won. I'm amazed at the willpower. I'm amazed at the ability to have that patience that maybe I have in my life, but not in my sports life. I don't get it. You're the Chiefs. You have a chance to go to 4. This is, again, more than the Bills right now. You have a chance to go to your 4th consecutive Super Bowl, 4 in a row, win again. You're living a dynasty. What are you afraid of? What on earth could you be afraid of? Patrick Mahomes, they want a 3rd for Breece Hall? Sorry, we have a very firm stance. It's got to be a 4th. What are you doing? Why do you have the job? I don't get it. It's wild to me. Thank goodness for the Jets, and thank goodness for the Saints. The only teams that boldly went in a direction are the bad ones. Why can't the good ones decide, like, it's time to go in a direction, bolt, we're going to go try to win this thing? Instead, everybody just kind of sits still? Amazing to me. Truly amazing. So here we are. And the deadline came and went, and it was kind of anticlimactic. And I don't think you have to be furious with the GM or anything. I'm stunned. Stunned that an inaction, maybe one trade by one of these teams would have led to some dominoes falling. Maybe New England going out and getting a running back. They were said to be in the running back market. I don't want to pony up for Tony Pollard. They have all this cap space. They don't want to pony up for who? Olave, if you're New England. You haven't been able to get a receiver to sign with you outside of Diggs, which has worked out pretty well, in a decade. And you just make a trade. Like, do something, man. Get bold. You're afraid of what's going to be available at the 30th spot next year? A couple years ago, the Bills got to their draft pick and liked everybody so little, they traded down with their main rival. You're afraid of trading these picks? These picks are just so tantalizing. I don't need the Bills to sell the farm. I would have done the Shaheed deal probably. I don't think that has to kill them. My refrain on repeat today will be a lot of, does nobody ever want to really just go? The Rams are given credit for how many years ago? Is that 6 years ago now? Is it 5 years ago? Where they trade for Vaughn and then signed Beckham. The Rams built their entire team out of trading away first-round picks. They didn't have a first-round pick for like 7 seasons. And they are consistently good. Consistently good. I'm stunned. I'm stunned the deadline was such a dud outside of what the Jets did. And the Jets are being celebrated because in 2027, they'll have 3 first-round picks. Congratulations. You know how these trades ultimately go? There's a beautiful tie-in today. Beautiful tie-in. Wow, look at what you did. You got so much stuff as the bad team for getting rid of an awesome player. Yesterday, Noah Ostlund scored 4 years after being acquired by the Buffalo Sabres. 4 years. All right, great work. Where is anybody that wants it, that wants to go get it? Stunning to me. There you go. I'll have more on it, but geez. The Seahawks go out and get Rashid Shaheed. Is that the most bold move we got on the entire day? A team with a very good offense and one of the top, 5 receivers in football. You want to say he's number 1 or number 2, number 3? They add another speed element. They add more to their offense. It's a good offense adding more. The Seahawks did it. So now I'm at Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold have their GMs leaning in. Human cheat codes with built-in stability. Just wait and say, we'll take our chances. We'll be there again. And if it doesn't work out, we'll be there again. And if it doesn't work out, we'll be there again. Yeah, you probably will. Maybe one of these years, it doesn't have to be an emergency to make a trade. Like Tre'Davious White gets hurt, so you need to go get Rasul Douglas. Or your receivers are such a mess, you have to go get Amari Cooper. Maybe you could, trade from a position of strength where you already feel good and then go get more. That's just me. I don't know. I don't get it. And there's my take. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Is it just everybody's impatient and wants to try to win the Super Bowl? Yeah, sure. That's me. I want commitment. I want, bleep them picks is a common refrain here. You don't even have to really go that far. It's stunning to me. It's stunning to me that the most safe, most successful teams, the Steelers, they're going to fire their coach, having a great season. Going to fire their GM. The Patriots having a great season. You're the rookie quarterback window. You're not going to do anything? Amazing to me. 803-0550. We'll get your thoughts on it in 1-888-550-2550. That's just the conceptual idea that the deadline is such a dud, and without these teams that are selling off pieces like the terrible Saints and the terrible Jets and Jacoby Myers, who asked for a trade, without those three bottom feeders, what would you have left from the deadline? You'd have nothing. And the Dolphins, I guess, they sold off like Jalen Phillips, right? The rest of it. But anybody? Nobody wants to go for it. Everybody at the top is just feeling just fine, except the teams with Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold. They're bold. They're ready to try and go here. 803-0550. Is there a deal where I would have given up 2 firsts as the Bills? Maybe. There might have been. Garrett Wilson, if that was available. There are reports that the Jets were contacted by teams in their division but were reluctant to do that. That's got to be, the Bills or the Patriots reaching out to the Jets. Is that Quinnen Williams? Would the Bills have given up a first for Quinnen Williams? Maybe. I don't know. They have so many defensive tackles in the mix. I kind of don't know, but maybe they would have. How would I feel about that? It's a good question. At least it would have felt like they were really going for it, and I would have been into that. So I end up feeling a little bit, ugh. All right, we had a deadline, and again, just more than the Bills a little bit here. No one wants it. No one wants it. Want to go back, got to go to the draft and put it back on auto draft and take your BPA and just wait for all these kicks at the door, hoping one day to get through and not taking something, just going and getting it. We'll get your phone calls in. 803-0550. Jeremy White with you here on WGR. Lots to get to post-deadline. Larry in South Florida. Hello, Larry. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Where to begin? I'm so beyond frustrated with we're in this wide receiver, whatever we call it, because of him. His lack of attention to that position for the last 5 drafts, in my opinion, when there's been unbelievable receivers, even when we drafted that were available. And we end up with Keon Coleman, who looks like at this point is just a really bad pick to trade with Kansas City of all teams. Like, we can't get teams in our own division to trade with us, and we're trading with Kansas City for the rights to get Keon Coleman. I mean, this is awful. This is his fault for putting us in this position. And then you look at Dallas picks up the linebacker from Cincinnati, Logan Wilson for a 7th, yeah. You mean to tell me, Mr. Bean, you can't go and offer a 6th-round pick or even a 5th to get it? The part that really gets my goat is we spent our first 5 draft picks this year on defense, Jeremy, and our 3rd-round pick doesn't even play. He's not injured. He just doesn't play. You mean to tell me you can't use that to get a wide receiver? It's just, I think, the lack of attention, because I don't know, is it because we have Josh Allen, he can make any receiver great? Is that the thought process? I mean, who knows? But it's time. And the other thing is, and I was telling Joe Kelly, if the Sabres just win 2 of those 4 overtime losses, we're tied for 3rd, which is crazy. And I'll be there Thursday or Sunday at the Bills game, hoping I'll bump into
look for Joe. Yeah, thanks, Larry. Look for Joe. Thanks for the phone call. I mean, I don't know if I said wide receiver in the first 18 minutes, that little as I started things off. Like, sure, they could have used that. They could have used the Michael Hoyt injury happening right before the deadline. Like, that might be tough to find the Michael Hoyt replacement, who that is. But you were given the opportunity to try to find that. And I don't want to sit here and sound like I think Beane's done a terrible job or is a disaster. I'm more just still blown away that contenders at the deadline don't want to try to get better or don't want to spend what it takes. And I also don't want to just say, well, I guess the prices were too steep. All right. The prices are the prices. The market's the market. You go to the market, you want to buy something, here are the prices. You don't get to walk up there. I don't get to go to the TV store and say, like, interesting, a $2,000 TV, I'll give you $1,000. No. Well, takes two to tango. Like, no, that's the price. The price is the price. So, negotiate, work on it. Go for the price is a third. What if we did a fourth and a sixth? What if we did a fourth and a this slide or two? Like, whatever. We don't get to go in on these conversations. We don't get to see behind the curtain. This is true of the draft, too. And whether that's, let's use the Chiefs, for example, a third or a fourth for Breece Hall. If I'm a Chiefs fan, I am, yes, upset that I did not get Breece Hall for a third-round pick. The difference between a third and a fourth-round pick at the bottom of those rounds is like 60 points. That is a fifth-rounder difference. Like, these teams can move up and down from the third and the fourth and the fifth and the sixth round like it's going out of style. The Eagles, of course, trade a third-round pick for Jalen Phillips, who they will likely get a third-round pick back for in the compensatory formula. Maybe it's a fourth, maybe it's a fifth. And maybe Beane's been burned on that before because there's the year he thinks he's getting a third, instead he gets a fourth out of it. And they trade down Keon Coleman to get a third back. That ends up being Dwayne Carter, who is not a factor for this team. And what this team really, truly needs, and this is a testament to a roster that they have built, what they need is not a bunch of picks. They need someone provably great. That's probably the only way to add to the roster is find somebody that could potentially be good to great. And whether that's one of the receivers that didn't move or paying up a little more for Shaheed, who's not some, world beater, but whatever. I'm just kind of stunned. You're going to roll into the postseason, and you're going to hope that Josh Palmer stays healthy, and that could help a lot. They have a very good team, and they have a lot of nice pieces. I'm kind of stunned. I don't know how you could be in charge of it and not think like one more piece of depth, one more this, one more that. Second round pick, third round pick, a 2 and a 3. I don't know the prices. It's tough. That's the one thing about this spot is how close did they get? What were they willing to do? Were they willing to move a 1 and the other team wanted 2 1s? Were they willing to move a 1 and Keon Coleman? AJ Epinesa? I don't know. These are the things we don't really get a peek behind the curtain. But I have reason to believe they were very active and really trying and big game hunting and just kind of didn't get it done. And sometimes that's gonna happen. I'm the person here sitting here telling you I support what the Colts did. The Colts have finally become like, hey, look, we're good again. And maybe Daniel Jones isn't the best quarterback. What do you do when you don't have the best quarterback? You try to surround that player with as many great players on that team as possible. 2 firsts and A.D. Mitchell for Sauce Gardner. Great. Sauce Gardner on PFF's, I saw yesterday, separation prevented is the number 1 corner in football. Maybe he's not been at his best the entire time with the Jets, but they went out and got a toolsy corner that has a lot of reason to think he could be a top guy. And they did it with Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold, their team said, let's go, baby. Let's go in. And Patrick Mahomes' team didn't. And Drake May's team, he doesn't maybe deserve this level, but whatever. They didn't. And, of course, Josh Allen's team didn't. All right. Good luck. If you don't do anything, you can still win the Super Bowl. But I saw the number yesterday. The last 11 Super Bowls, one of the 2 teams made an in-season trade. Like, you get a lot of these. It's not that unusual. Last year, it's the Chiefs and the Eagles, they make an in-season trade. I'll go find which one that was last year. But 803-0550 is our phone number. You didn't need to sell the farm, and even if you did it in the interest of, like, if the Bills today had given up 2 first-round picks for Chris Olave and walked out and said, like, hey, this is it, they would not be getting lampooned like the Colts are, which I think is misguided for the Colts. They'd probably be getting celebrated as like, no, the Bills have decided it's time. It's time, and they're going to extend this player, and it's time. It's time to go. I don't know if that was possible, I don't know if Brian Thomas Jr. was available. I don't know, Waddle. Did they call on Waddle? It doesn't have to be a receiver. It could be defensive tackle. It could be anything. I think I want to see them trade out of strength other than just trade at this moment out of desperation. And maybe the Hoyt, if they had traded for someone to replace Hoyt, you could say that was a little bit of both. But I'm going to try and get through it today. How do these teams not act? This is the last day you can actually do your job outside of bringing in guys for tryouts. The Bills brought in Kingsley Jonathan and Casey Toohill, two of the three players. And then the other was Garrett Nelson. Now, Garrett Nelson I don't think has ever played for the Bills, so he would be actually new. The other two, former Bill, future Bill waivers. I can't believe Casey Toohill was sitting there available. He's right out there, top of the list. When you click waivers in former Bill, future Bill, is Casey Toohill's name right there. I can't believe none of us had him. What a miss. Somebody does have Kingsley Jonathan, I think. I got to check out our rosters. Yeah. Alt Joe has Kingsley Jonathan on his roster of former Bill, future Bill. It's a good pick. It's a good stash, Joe.
Yeah, I love it.
Good stash. Wow. He's about to get on the board of the point here for Kingsley Jonathan. 8030550. Disappointed, mad, stunned. Whatever. Let's go win the whole thing. Maybe a little bit of all of that. They could still, of course, win the Super Bowl. They are undoubtedly a great team, and that I think is, part of the frustration. You're probably great. Some of these picks look like they're coming together. The win on Sunday made me feel more bullish on. Yeah, let's go. Go get a trade. You're back on track for that 1 seed. Track down New England. What can you add? But they stand pat. So we'll talk about it with you. 8030550. Recap the Sabres game, including that Sabres stat about their overtimes I have for you, which is it should lead to a closed-door meeting down there. That's how rough this one particular stat on overtimes is. 8030550. Happy Wednesday. Bills and Dolphins this week. Joe's heading down to Miami, and we're talking about it with you here on WGR. Get to that. But first, the deadline. All right, so tell me about your experience yesterday. Pins and needles, right? Refresh. Come on. And I don't know if I want Von Miller. Debo? I don't want Debo Samuel. Refresh. 4 o'clock hits. Like, all right, well, maybe a deal comes in under the gun or after the fact. All right, hold on. No trades. No trades for the Bills. No trades for the Steelers. No trades for the Patriots. No trades for the Chiefs. The report today is the Chiefs were willing to give up a 4th for Breece Hall, but the Jets wanted a 3rd for Breece Hall. Okay, interesting. That seems like something you should have figured out. All right. My experience in the trade deadline is I don't. What do these GMs do? What's your job? What are you here for? Are you here to auto draft during the draft and then just kind of sit back and say like everything else is too expensive? Or are you here to win? Who's in it to win it? The Colts. Unfortunately, the only team that was really is in it to win it is the Colts. And I don't know that anybody saw it coming. They're going to trade 2 firsts and A.D. Mitchell for Sauce Gardner. But the Colts show you what it looks like when you say, you know what, we're good. We've got a shot here to get better right now and in the future. And we're going to go get a provably good to great player and see if we can continue to help him in the right direction. We've got a smart defensive coordinator. Let's go trade 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. I think that's, wow. I don't understand. Like, could the Bills have made a huge trade or a small trade? Sure, fine. I'm not even really, I'm going to sit here and tell you a lot today that I'm not mad about it, and I'm going to sound mad. But the thing that I am is just, I don't understand. I do not understand how the teams that have the human cheat codes are sitting around. The Eagles, I guess, didn't do that. I don't think they have a human cheat code. What the Eagles' cheat code is their GM. who's always moving and always doing stuff. And he goes out and gets a potentially premier pass rusher, maybe tier 2 guy in Jalen Phillips. They sign everybody. They pay everybody. They have all these amazing players. They don't sit still. And here are the Bill. I just don't get it. And that's the problem, I guess, is human cheat code on your team, and your answer is to stand pat. Human cheat code running your offense and possibly a road to the 1 seed in a first-round bye. I don't care if you think spending a first-round pick increases your odds to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years by 6%. That 6% seems like a good idea to me. You've never won. You've never won. I'm amazed at the willpower. I'm amazed at the ability to have that patience that maybe I have in my life, but not in my sports life. I don't get it. You're the Chiefs. You have a chance to go to 4. This is, again, more than the Bills right now. You have a chance to go to your 4th consecutive Super Bowl, 4 in a row. Win again. You're living a dynasty. What are you afraid of? What on earth could you be afraid of? Patrick Mahomes, they want a 3rd for Breece Hall? Sorry, we have a very firm stance. It's got to be a 4th. What are you doing? Why do you have the job? I don't get it. It's wild to me. Thank goodness for the Jets, and thank goodness for the Saints. The only teams that boldly went in a direction are the bad ones. Why can't the good ones decide like it's time to go in a direction, bolt? We're going to go try to win this thing. Instead, everybody just kind of sits still. Amazing to me. Truly amazing.
The Bills travel to Miami this week to take on the Dolphins for a 1 o'clock kickoff this Sunday. We'll get the first injury report later today, but yesterday the Bills were unable to have a trade materialize before the deadline. They did complete a few roster moves. They cut linebacker Jimmy Charlo and wide receiver Christian Wilkerson from the practice squad, and they also hosted tryouts with Kingsley Jonathan, Corey Couch, Casey Toohill, and Garrett Nelson. Some of the big trades at the deadline yesterday around the NFL. The Cowboys acquired defensive tackle Quinnen Williams from the Jets for defensive tackle Mozzie Smith and a 2026 second-round pick, along with a 2027 first-round pick as well. The Seahawks acquired wide receiver Rashid Shaheed from the Saints in exchange for a 4th and 5th round picks. And the Colts have acquired cornerback Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets for A.D. Mitchell and 2 first-round picks. The Sabres lose in overtime again by a score of 2-1 to the Utah Mammoth. Noah Osland scored the lone goal for the team. Up next, the Sabres host the St. Louis Blues Thursday night for a 7 p.m. puck drop. And you'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Into the Utah zone. Osland drops it. Roseanne back to Osland for a shot, and that's high. Roseanne tips it in front. They score! Ostlund parked in front of the net.
First goal for Noah Ostlund. The Sabres get a point in an overtime loss. One of the moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Here's your stat on the Sabres quickly before we get back to your phone calls. On the traded line that was and wasn't. Saw this from Aaron, who tweets about the Sabres quite a bit. I follow him on Twitter. In the last 14 overtimes, the Sabres have one goal. Ooh. They've given up 8 and gone to 5 shootouts and 1 goal.
That's insane.
14 overtimes. Their last 14, they have 1 goal.
I can't even believe that. It feels like it's impossible for 3-on-3 overtime to be that
one.
Like to lack that
14,
much.
14 exercises in 3-on-3, you have 1 goal.
Man.
The whole practice has to be 3-on-3 for a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
just practice that. You know, I was thinking last night, I'm sure many of you may have thought this as well. Like the Sabres, they have 14 points, and they have, of course, 4 overtime losses now, right? So if they had just got 2 wins there, you know, they are tied with Boston. They're in 3rd in the division. Is anybody ready for them to miss the playoffs by 5 points and have 10 overtimes where they didn't score?
Yeah,
because
I was thinking about that.
That's the pace we're at right now. Like, oh, much better team missed the playoffs by 3 points. What happened? You had 17 overtime losses and you didn't score on 3-on-3. They have 1 goal in their last 14 3-on-3s.
Right.
Wow.
I keep going like, oh, good. You know, they got a point. There's only so many, oh, good, they got a points you can do before you start. Like, okay, this is not going to keep working.
Right. It's also the entire NHL, the entire East is just teams getting points. The Sabres have 14 points in 13 games. Only 2 teams have fewer points than the Sabres. The Capitals and the Panthers, by the way, if you thought that was something you could predict. All right, 803-0550, more on the Sabres in a bit. We saw J.J. Peterka came back. Alex Lyon played really well again. The goalies were standing on their heads. And a little bit later, let's get into it because Vejmelka, that guy was charging out of the crease like like he's in an Oklahoma drill.
Yeah,
and he came out.
Yeah, he. I love watching him play. He's been kind of an exciting up and comer for Arizona/Utah the past few years, and man, you're not kidding. He likes to get some depth.
Right.
He does
and then turn around and like, wait, where's the net? All right, I got to go find it.
Right. Like he's one of those scramble around and he just loses the map. And all of a sudden he's swimming in the corner, but he's such an athlete that he just finds his way back to a post and just figures it out. But there were a couple of saves last night where he really, like, I forget who it was that he came across and slid, robbed somebody in the third period that was just a really, really well-executed save.
Yeah.
And the kind of save you don't see a ton anymore where a guy's sliding out, like one knee down, rips a puck out of the air. Like, it was a couple of throwback moments from Vejmelka last night that were impressive.
803-0550 on the Sabres if you want to. Also on the deadline that really wasn't. And if you missed open up today, I'm just kind of stunned that the big contenders with the freak show quarterbacks did very little. I guess the Ravens did. They made a couple trades, right? But like Draymond Jordan and Jair Alexander for the Ravens, so they did a couple to try and tweak their defense. The Bills and the Chiefs, 2 of the premier teams here. The Patriots, nothing. The Steelers, nothing. I got the most bold moves in the NFL from the teams with Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones. And I think a lot of trade deadline conversations are broken if you have Daniel Jones and then you make a trade and people criticize you for making a trade with Daniel Jones. What are you supposed to do? You're the Colts. Hey, we have a chance to be good. You shouldn't try that. You have Daniel Jones. Oh, sorry. Who is allowed to make those trades? Teams like the Bills and the Chiefs? Yes. Okay, well, did they make trades? No. Then who's allowed to make trades? Just dunking on the Colts. I think the Colts did a good thing. Mike in Wheatfield. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Morning, guys. I'd like to know what Bean was thinking. I'd like to know if he was making an effort. I mean, he cleared up that cap space, right? Or is this just, well, we don't want to be forced into having to use a number one receiver like we were with Diggs. So we don't want to go out and spend the money. But, we lose that vertical threat because we're going to say our Dalton Kincaid's going to be our vertical threat down the field. That's not realistic. Where's the separator? Who's going to separate? Who's going to give Josh that ability to go deep and, lighten the load on his shoulders, open the game up for our running backs even more than it is now? I don't understand. I mean, we're never going to really get that identifiable thing. But if something doesn't happen this year, if the Super Bowl doesn't materialize, what's he going to say then? I mean, I think it's just frustration at this point.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. And listen, there are probably some Bills fans hey, if you're frustrated, the Bills are good. What are you worried about? Right. The clock just keeps ticking forward. And, I wonder if they'll be a little more aggressive later in Allen's career. And the Rams didn't really make any sort of big move either. That would have been a team I would have thought, something. It's Matthew Stafford. This is probably your last kick at the can. Is there any one piece that would help you? And that is a team that has been known to be very aggressive too. So, the vertical threat, one thing if you can join us at 7:30, we got Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. And I know his all 22 breakdown of the Bills win over Kansas City, one of the things he pointed out was, and this might not come as a huge surprise, when Keon Coleman is on the field, he is single covered and there is no safety help at all. And that is a statement from other teams and defenses. This player is not at all someone we have to worry about. We can actually run a defense throughout the day and not ever give help over there. It was true last year. And Coleman made a couple teams pay for it. Maybe that's the way forward for the Bills here is he's got to make teams pay for it. He's got to do something in this offense to get defenses out of those looks. But Joe breaking it down, and again, we'll talk to him at 7:30, basically said anybody on the outside that could win against the corner one-on-one would change the way teams have to play the Bills. Because right now, this is my analogy, my comparison, and I'll bring it to Joe at 7:30. Right now, the way teams play Coleman is like when the 7-footer that's out beyond the three-point line or can't shoot, and the defender is in the paint waiting for that guy to come all the way in because, you are not worth anything out there. I have absolutely no threat of what you do where you are. And with Coleman, that's kind of how these teams, I think, are defending him. So, if Palmer comes back, the Bills will be in really good shape. But I do end up feeling like how worried about any injury should I be? Is this offense a Kincaid, Palmer, Cook, one of three, injury away from being severely limited? You want to put Shakir in there, you probably could. But for me, it feels like Palmer because no one else is able to do really what he does. Or Kincaid, of course, because nobody's able to do what he does. And Cook also. During the week, Joe had made the case maybe for a backup running back, someone that could give a little more juice if James Cook goes out, which they did not do. It's not just Bills fans. So I just found, this is kind of funny, I just found a Chiefs account that I follow a little bit. And it's the fans mad that they didn't give up a third for Breece Hall. And one fan pointed out, this team gave up a third for Kadarius Toney, but they draw the line at Breece Hall for a third. And who liked that tweet? Breece Hall, who wanted out and didn't get moved because the Jets decided to keep him for the rest of the season. He has more time there to serve, I guess, with the Jets. 803-0550. Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. I have to say that you killed it in this opening segment. Everything that you said is exactly the way I felt and feel today. And like I said to Joe when he answered, I don't want to feel content, and that's the way it feels for me. I was all in yesterday. I was ready to go, listening to the radio all day long, waiting for that big move. It's like, Bean, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain because he's going to do something big, and it didn't happen. Now, I'm not saying that he may have not made any moves, but I thought for sure that we were going to do something or they were going to do something. And it's like you nailed it. Everything you said, you nailed. I mean, the team in it to win it. Indianapolis is in it to win it. And I mean, look what the Jags did. They picked up Jacoby Myers. So it's like, why? Everybody's entitled to their feelings and thoughts on this, and I give that to them. But yeah, it is frustrating, And maybe Sneaky Joe, should have left yesterday, because it always seems like when he goes out of town, something big happens. So, hey, and also I want to say to you, good luck at the school today.
Thanks.
Try to keep your composure and not go on a Jeremy rant in front of the kids. All right?
right.
But good luck with that. All right.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I'm speaking at my kid's school about careers. This career, Mister, are you still yelling about the Jack Eichel trade? No, it's fine. Sorry. What were we talking about? Right. Oh yeah. Staying in school, the importance of reading. 803-0550. Thanks, Rob, for the phone call. And 1-888-552-550. I guess I would just, I'd like to hear a little more about celebrating teams that go for it. And, I come to you as the leader of when you're bad. You should do what the Jets did. You don't really get credit for it, but it's definitely what you should do. The Sabres did that when it was time to tear it all down, and they traded Miller and Pominville and Vanek. Like that is definitely what you should do when you're going to tear down, is trade away your good players. The thing you shouldn't really get is a lot of credit for doing it. It is writing your name down. It is the first thing you learn as any sort of, I don't want to say like actual GM or fantasy football GM, but that's the easy part. And I can still remember times where going for it did or didn't work. There's a year where Columbus, right? They trade everything for Matt Duchene to try to do something in the playoffs, and they didn't win the cup, but they tried to win. Who are we? We're the Columbus Blue Jackets. Let's go try to win something. Ottawa with DeBrincat. Sometimes asset management, is it against what might be the smartest move or the most prudent move? Sure. But why do you have the job? The same people that are in positions of power in sports that would knock the idea of only making your decisions by analytics. Oh, it's more than that. You got to have a feel for the game. Have a feel for a season. Well, it wouldn't be the smartest thing to trade away 2 future firsts for Sauce Gardner. Hey, I have this job. I have a good team. Daniel Jones is my quarterback. I need as much as I can to put around him. That includes a better defense. And, here we go. I got to do what I can do to try and win as much as possible. Win a division. Imagine if the Colts make a Super Bowl. I don't think anybody believes in them in a big way because of Daniel Jones. So they bolster everything around him as much as they can. And I think they should be given a lot of credit for what they did. It's so easy to give credit to the team that decides, we know we're not good and we won't be for 3 more years. Wow, the Jets. What a moment for the Jets' new GM. Let me check his name and tweet pictures of him for sending out great players for picks. It's, of course, what he should do. But the people that go out and try to win should be the ones that should be celebrated for the deadline moves. 803-0550. Shaheed to Seattle, jumping in there with JSN. It's a great offense. It's already a great offense, and maybe Shaheed will give them better run looks because teams will have to change the way they play. As it is, they've got JSN, Torrey Horton, Cooper Kupp. It's JSN and some guys. Horton's a good young player, but Shaheed is a rental. Maybe Shaheed will be a target in the offseason for the Bills or for any team for that matter. 803-0550. More of your phone calls. We'll roll through as many as we can. I'd love to talk to you. Mad, disappointed, however you want to phrase it. Unimpressed. Fine. So you're allowed to be just fine that they didn't do anything too. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. We can talk about it at 803-0550 on WGR. I don't understand. Could the Bills have made a huge trade or a small trade? Sure, fine. I'm going to sit here and tell you a lot today that I'm not mad about it, and I'm going to sound mad. But the thing that I am is just I don't understand. I do not understand how the teams that have the human cheat codes are sitting around. The Eagles, I guess, didn't do that. I don't think they have a human cheat code. What the Eagles' cheat code is their GM, who's always moving and always doing stuff. And he goes out and gets a potentially premier pass rusher, maybe tier 2 guy in Jalen Phillips. They sign everybody. They pay everybody. They have all these amazing players. They don't sit still. And here the bill, I just don't get it. And that's the problem, I guess, is human cheat code on your team, and your answer is to stand pat. Human cheat code running your offense and possibly a road to the 1 seed in a first-round bye. I don't care if you think spending a first-round pick increases your odds to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years by 6%. That 6% seems like a good idea to me. You've never won. You've never won. I'm amazed at the willpower. I'm amazed at the ability to have that patience that maybe I have in my life, but not in my sports life. I don't get it. You're the Chiefs. You have a chance to go to 4. This is, again, more than the Bills right now. You have a chance to go to your 4th consecutive Super Bowl, 4 in a row, win again. You're living a dynasty. What are you afraid of? What on earth could you be afraid of? Patrick Mahomes, they want the 3rd for Breece Hall? Sorry, we have a very firm stance. It's got to be a 4th. What are you doing? Why do you have the job? I don't get it. It's wild to me. Thank goodness for the Jets, and thank goodness for the Saints. The only teams that boldly went in a direction are the bad ones. Why can't the good ones decide, like, it's time to go in a direction, bolt, we're going to go try to win this thing? Instead, everybody just kind of sits still? Amazing to me. Truly amazing. Get to that. But first, the deadline. All right, so tell me about your experience yesterday. Pins and needles, right? Refresh. Come on. And I don't know if I want Von Miller. Debo? I don't want Debo Samuel. Refresh. 4 o'clock hits. Like, all right, well, maybe a deal comes in under the gun or after the fact. All right, hold on. No trades. No trades for the Bills. No trades for the Steelers. No trades for the Patriots. No trades for the Chiefs. The report today is the Chiefs were willing to give up a 4th for Breece Hall, but the Jets wanted a 3rd for Breece Hall. Okay, interesting. That seems like something you should have figured out. All right. My experience in the trade deadline is I don't. What do these GMs do? What's your job? What are you here for? Are you here to auto draft during the draft and then just kind of sit back and say, like, everything else is too expensive? Or are you here to win? Who's in it to win it? The Colts. Unfortunately, the only team that was really is in it to win it is the Colts. And I don't know that anybody saw it coming. They're going to trade 2 firsts and A.D. Mitchell for Sauce Gardner. But the Colts show you what it looks like when you say, you know what, we're good. We've got a shot here to get better right now and in the future. And we're going to go get a provably good to great player and see if we can continue to help him in the right direction. We've got a smart defensive coordinator. Let's go trade 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. I think that's, wow. Wednesday, hump day. Jeremy and Joe. No, Joe today's off the rest of the week. Bills and Dolphins will play on Sunday from Miami. Tomorrow's game, should I know off the top of my head what tomorrow's game is? Do you guys know Thursday Night Football? The next game in the NFL. Thursday Night Football this week is going to be Baltimore, Miami. Okay. No, sorry. That's week 9. That's what they just did. Vegas and Denver. Okay. All right. Well, there's that. Vegas and Denver. 803-0550. We got to get a break, and we'll get back to your calls. And Paul Hamilton joins us a little bit into next segment. But the Bills do nothing at the deadline. And there were some rumblings. Tim Graham tweeted out, keep an eye on Debo Samuel and Von Miller. Give you some thoughts on those two ideas along the way. Of course, the roster is the roster. I'm quite sure they were looking around, and of course, quite sure that they didn't feel any prices were worth it. Well, how's that got you feeling? It's got me feeling, disappointed not only in the Bills, but disappointed in the contenders. In Kansas City today, they're having the same conversation. Like, why wouldn't you give up a third for Breece Hall? Let's try to win this thing. New England, I've just read a million times they were after pass rush, receiver, running back. Nothing. 0 for 3. And I think these teams that could really make a run are looking kind of weak. Go get something. Go get it. 803-0550. So, on the roster is the roster, and Paul Hamilton on the Sabres as well. We'll get some of your phone calls in before Paul. Join us, 803-0550 here on WGR. If Palmer comes back, the Bills will be in really good shape. But I do end up feeling like, how worried about any injury should I be? Is this offense a Kincaid, Palmer, Cook, one of 3, injury away from being severely limited? You want to put Shakir in there, you probably could. But for me, it feels like Palmer, because no one else is able to do really what he does. Or Kincaid, of course, because nobody's able to do what he does. And Cook also. During the week, Joe had made the case maybe for a backup running back, someone that could give a little more juice if James Cook goes out, which they did not do. I don't understand. Like, could the Bills have made a huge trade or a small trade? Sure, fine. I'm not even really... I'm going to sit here and tell you a lot today that I'm not mad about it, and I'm going to sound mad. But the thing that I am is just, I don't understand. I do not understand how the teams that have the human cheat codes are sitting around. The Eagles, I guess, didn't do that. I don't think they have a human cheat code. What the Eagles' cheat code is their GM, who's always moving and always doing stuff. And he goes out and gets a potentially premier pass rusher, maybe tier 2 guy in Jalen Phillips. They sign everybody. They pay everybody. They have all these amazing players. They don't sit still. And here the Bill, I just don't get it. And that's the problem, I guess, is human cheat code on your team, and your answer is to stand pat. Human cheat code running your offense and possibly a road to the 1 seed in a first-round bye. I don't care if you think spending a first-round pick increases your odds to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years by 6%, that 6% seems like a good idea to me. You've never won. You've never won. I'm amazed at the willpower. I'm amazed at the ability to have that patience that maybe I have in my life, but not in my sports life. I don't get it. You're the Chiefs. You have a chance to go to 4. This is, again, more than the Bills right now. You have a chance to go to your 4th consecutive Super Bowl, 4 in a row, win again. You're living a dynasty. What are you afraid of? What on earth could you be afraid of? Patrick they want a third for Brees Hall? Sorry, we have a very firm stance. It's got to be a fourth. What are you doing? Why do you have the job? I don't get it. It's wild to me. Thank goodness for the Jets, and thank goodness for the Saints. The only teams that boldly went in a direction are the bad ones. Why can't the good ones decide like it's time to go in a direction, bolt? We're going to go try to win this thing. Instead, everybody just kind of sits still. Amazing to me. Truly amazing.
The Bills travel to Miami this week to take on the Dolphins for a 1 o'clock kickoff this Sunday. We'll get the first injury report later today, but yesterday the Bills were unable to have a trade materialize before the deadline. They did complete a few roster moves. They cut linebacker Jimmy Charlo and wide receiver Christian Wilkerson from the practice squad. They also held tryouts with Kingsley Jonathan, DeCorey Couch, Casey Toohill, and Garrett Nelson. Some of the big trades at the deadline yesterday around the NFL. The Cowboys acquired defensive tackle Quinnen Williams from the Jets for defensive tackle Mozzie Smith, a 2026 second-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick. The Colts acquired cornerback Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets for A.D. Mitchell and 2 first-round picks. And the Seahawks acquired wide receiver Rashid Shaheed from the Saints in exchange for 4th and 5th-round picks. The Sabres lose in overtime again by a score of 2-1 to the Utah Mammoth. Noah Ostlund scored the lone goal for the team. And up next, the Sabres host the St. Louis Blues Thursday night for a 7 p.m. puck drop. And you'll be able to catch all of that game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's not all roses and rainbows for Buffalo. Kansas City lost 28-21 and had the ball late. Trade deadline tomorrow. Buffalo needs to go out and upgrade. This was an instructive win. Kansas City probably is just going to get healthier up front. Buffalo's got a hole. Just think about this. Josh Allen's nearly perfect. You run for 140 yards. You're at home. You're perfect in the red zone. You dominate time of possession. You win the turnover battle. And Mahomes had the ball late going for the tie. Not all losses are awful losses, and not all wins mean you've solved everything.
That was Colin Cowherd yesterday before the trade deadline. The idea that the Bills should look to upgrade. Also seeing Ben Volen of the Boston Globe, his piece this morning about the Patriots post-deadline is the Patriots' inaction feels like a missed opportunity to go for it. I feel the same. about the Patriots. I feel the same about the Bills, the same about the Chiefs. Teams that could win the AFC that didn't do anything. I'm just disappointed. It goes beyond just the Bills here. I kind of can't believe that the most aggressive play we saw was from Indianapolis. Meanwhile, in Denver, I'm seeing Sean Payton on how they didn't come close to a deal. They like their receivers. Denver was maybe seeking help at receiver as well, and I'd seen some linking them to Deebo Samuel. The Bills had been linked to Deebo Samuel a little bit and to Von Miller as well. Those deals, of course, did not materialize. They ultimately don't make any moves, and back to it today in preparation for the Miami Dolphins. So we'll talk to Sal coming up at 8. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast on the inaction of the deadline and whether or not some of these deals that were made would have been good ideas for the Bills. That's at 7:30. Get a couple calls in here and then check in with Paul Hamilton on last night's Sabres overtime loss. They lose in overtime all the time these days, which means they get a point, but they could have had more. Buff in Dallas. Hey, Buff, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Brandon whiffed on this one, man. I'm 100%.
Uh-oh. Hang on, Buff. Sorry. We'll try again. You're stuck in the matrix there. Adam in New Jersey. Hey, Adam.
Hey, Jeremy. How are you?
Good.
And so, with yesterday, listen, I'm not the biggest Brandon B fan, but when you look at it, there's really only two trades that the Bills could have realistically been on, which was Shaheed and Jacoby Myers. Myers doesn't really make sense in Buffalo because he plays a lot of slot. He has a lot. We have a lot of guys that live down there. Shaheed's the one that actually fits what we were missing with speed, separation, and true vertical threat. But now you have to throw out anything that the Jets are doing because they're not trading inside the division. So on top of that, you need a willing partner. So Bean can make all the calls all day, and let's face it, he's not holding a gun to any of the GM's heads to force them to make a deal. Sometimes teams just don't want to move a player, or they're asking way too much than value that makes sense. That being said, if Shaheed was available, because we know he was available because he got traded, then yeah, I'm frustrated. A fourth and a sixth for a young, controllable receiver who brings exactly what the offensive lead needs. That's the deal that you got to make. You got to find a way to make that deal. But as far as the other speculation stuff, you don't exactly know who exactly was available and what they were asking for.
No, that's right. But you also just by, I guess by habit, defend the idea that, well, no one could have been moved. So nobody that was hold on, let me start again here. Players that weren't moved were not available. The only ones available were the ones that did move. Like, we wouldn't say that. And just, well, the prices were too high. The price is always too high until somebody pays it. And then the price is not too high, then the price is right. I mean, the price is high on Quinnen Williams, and the Cowboys paid that. Not that the Cowboys are like this, shining beacon of responsibility. But Sauce Gardner, was he available until the Colts came in and said, how about 2 firsts and an A.D. Mitchell, I'm with you that we can't speculate on what the deals were and what could have been had. And Shaheed, we know, did move. So I respect the idea that we don't know what it would have taken for players that did not move. That is true. But, again, my point is about the Bills and the Chiefs and the Patriots and the Rams and the Niners. They make a trade. They were supposed to be after Trey Hendrickson. And, the price for Trey Hendrickson was a first-round pick. That's pretty steep for a rental. All right. The Bills weren't after Trey Hendrickson, probably. Would they have gone after Draymond Jones, who the Ravens got? Could you have gone after Jalen Phillips for a third? I mean, that might have required some cap manipulation. I didn't see Jalen Phillips. It's just, I can't, as much as I can't speculate on what could have happened, I also can't just blindly accept that, well, no one else was available. All the prices were too high. Well, you had a job. Your job is to make the team better, and a lot of these teams, I feel like, didn't and missed opportunities. Like the Bills are in a bucket of teams that missed an opportunity to get better and try and add to their team. So, I don't think they're dead in the water. I don't think the GM needs to get fired for it, but, we kind of just have for multiple years accepted that their deadline maneuvers are they only really do it when there's desperate need. Last year, Cooper was really a desperate situation. Josh Allen completed 9 passes in a game, and then I was like, all right, you got to get somebody here. And he helped a little bit. It was a 3rd-round pick for Cooper. Was that price too high? Maybe. It probably was too high looking back on what they ultimately got out of Cooper, but they did it because they felt this team is good enough. Let's not miss this opportunity. And the year before, Rasul Douglas comes in because Tre'Davious White is hurt, right? Like, all right, well, this team is too good to sit by and let this season go by with a glaring hole. And right now you might feel like they're stronger than they've been in quite some time. To me, that is not a let it all stand pat. That's an opportunity to go do something. And, you know, are you looking at overpays? Maybe. You might. This is the time of year where it's an overpay. It's a deadline. This is not free agency. This is not draft day when I'm, 6 months away from when it's ultimately going to matter. I'm halfway through a season. I have a record that ties me with every team in the AFC at the top with the fewest losses. I've only got 2. I got an inside track at the 1 seed. I might be able to track that down. I've got a freak show quarterback. I've never won the Super Bowl. I keep trying to get over the same team all the time. I think my defense might be more qualified to do that maybe than ever. Maybe not. Maybe you don't feel that way. I just think it's a missed opportunity for all these teams at the top. And I would have liked to see more bold action from the Chiefs, the Patriots, the Bills, the Steelers, and on and on. So it's not just reserved for the Bills, but I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. I'm just disappointed. I can't believe that the whole league kind of got lame. And the team that did do the right thing, in my opinion, the Colts, did do the right thing. I get people out here saying, like, well, now they can't draft a quarterback. Why would they be talking about a quarterback? Because Daniel Jones has been bad in years before this one? I mean, all right. He might not be perfect, but that's who they have, and they're just going to try and win. Hey, we're here to win games. We're here to win divisions, conferences, Super Bowl. Like, let's try. So I respect what the Colts did, and I don't think they overpaid, and I don't think they made a mistake. I think what the Colts did should have been done by 5 teams. And maybe in 5 years we get to that spot where these teams realize, really going for this is a good idea. It might take another team that wins it, that went for it and, kind of went all in or whatever. But maybe if Seattle wins the Super Bowl, people will believe that a tweak at the halfway point is a big deal. I don't know. I can't get by the fact that the teams with the cheat code built-in stability quarterbacks, what would you be afraid of? Well, that deal didn't work out. Now we don't have a first-round pick. Congratulations. Josh Allen is here to save you from your own gamble that didn't pay off. That's what he's here for. You have built-in stability. What are you worried about? Your job? Are the Colts? Sorry, are the Chiefs or the Bills about to make a change at GM if a deal that you went for to try to win the whole that goes south? You're going to get fired? Like, no way. These guys have incredible stability. All right, we'll get to Paul Hamilton. Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline. The Sabres played in overtime last night and lost. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Paul, you've heard these emotions, a million trade deadlines in years past, right?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Right.
I mean, you said it perfectly.
Well, it just feels like when you've got an opportunity, I like the caller said, I can't know the trades that they ultimately did not pull the trigger on, but you've never won, you're good, and it feels like a missed opportunity. That's how it feels.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought is again, they didn't do anything. I just don't think Bean values wide receiver because he has Josh Allen. I really think he honestly believes that if you have Josh Allen, you just basically need guys that can catch the ball. And it doesn't really matter who they are because you have Josh Allen. And, of course, if you have Josh Allen, you're always in the ball game. You're always in the hunt. That's true. But you can also get a lot better if you have better wide receivers than the Buffalo Bills have.
Also would have thought, maybe defensive tackle, defensive end. So I'm the wide receiver guy, Paul. I need to make sure people know I was open to other positions as well. Anyway, all right, so the Sabres, Paul, they lost in overtime last night and had the stat from earlier that in their last 14 overtime games, they have 1 goal. They go to shootouts and they lose. They do not win in 3-on-3. And I guess the question I've got for you is, not that you have all 14 of these fresh on the top of your mind, is this a structural problem or is this that players on this team don't finish in overtime?
They don't finish. They have had golden opportunities. And you're right. I mean, 5 in a row for the Sabres, and the only one that they won was the shootout. And in every single one of them, the guys that you could hand pick to get the opportunities, got them. And they were grade A, great opportunities. And last night, Alex Tuck, right down the middle. Great glove save. Yeah, the Sabres were facing a goalie who they just can't beat. He is a Sabre killer, but that's the guy. You could say, all right, you're going to get one just fantastic scoring chance. Who would you like? Well, Thompson, of course, would come out of your mouth.
Yep.
Tuck might be the second one out of your mouth. And he got it. And he also, if you recall, got an absolutely wide-open net in the third period on a 3-on-1. They executed it perfectly. Great pass right to Tuck. Wide open net. Missed the net. I mean, so he had two grade A golden opportunities, one to put the Sabres ahead, the other to win the hockey game, and he couldn't do it. But back to the overtime thing, I mean, in every single one of them, it's that those are the guys that are getting the chances, and I mean, they're playing. I mean, they had it going in. Their points percentage was .722 in their last 9. They have one regulation loss in their last 10 games. Yep. One. And all they're doing is staying above water. They're 1 point out of the cellar in the Eastern Conference, and they're 1 point out of the 2 wild card positions held by Toronto and Philadelphia, who have 15 points. And the Sabres are sitting there with 5 other teams at 14 points. And behind them are the Washington Capitals and Florida Panthers with 13 points. So that's the crazy thing about this, is one regulation loss, 5-1-4 in their last 10 games, and all they've been able to do is keep up.
Yeah. Paul, you mentioned Thompson with a chance there. He's got 5 goals in 13 games. One thing that kind of jumps out at me about Thompson, his shooting percentage this year is half of what it was last year. His last 4 seasons, 15, 16, 12, and 18, if I can round a little bit here. And this year he's shooting at 9%. Do you find that Tage is snake-bitten, or is he not getting the same kind of chances? What do you see out of Thompson? Because if his shooting percentage were double, he'd have double the goals, right? And maybe a career high, asking for a career high, which is what last year was, is asking a bit much. But he is below his career shooting percentage considerably.
And I think with him, he will get there. I don't know when that will be, but he will get there. He had 2 posts last night. One early. He went into the backhand and hit a post. So right now I think he's just snake-bitten. He's the one guy I don't particularly worry about when it comes to goal scoring and slumps and that kind of thing, because last year I remember he didn't score a goal at all. I think it was the first 5 games, somewhere in there. And then the next thing, he scored in every game for the next 5 or 6. And he was off and running. So he just has to get off and running and see the puck go in the net. And he, too, has had some opportunities to win hockey games for them. And it looked like for a bit there that maybe it was starting to come. He did score in consecutive games. It was the 2 Leaf games. I think he had 3 goals in the 2 Leaf games. And I'm thinking, okay, here we go. I mean, now he's going to get going. And, he really hasn't. And I hate to sit here. I know it's next guy up, and I know they now in the last week have 3 guys that have scored their first NHL goal. It's the first time since Richard Schmelik and Yuri Hemelev scored their first NHL goals that's happened for them. That's how long ago it was. But to me, here they are playing one of the best teams in the National Hockey League so far this year in the Utah Mammoth. They're 3 points behind Colorado for the lead in the Central Division. And as I'm going through very quickly, I believe Colorado has the most points. They do. They have the most points in the NHL. So Utah has really played well this year. And the Sabres show up without Josh Norris, Zach Benson, Jason Zucker, Yuri Kulik, Tyson Kozak, and Justin Danforth. And Colton Ellis, I still don't think is 100%. That's tough. I mean, Norris and Benson are supposed to be on your top line. Zucker was just on your top line with Kulik, trying to fill in. They're sick. I mean, that's a tough task to come in and play. That's a lot of people out of your lineup. And Roseanne and Austin are doing a nice job. So is Dunn coming up from Rochester, but they aren't the players that I just named. And that's a tough task to ask. And they still were able to get a point and had every opportunity to win a hockey game, even without those guys. And by the way, the only one with a chance of being ready Thursday would be Kozak.
803-0550 for Paul Hamilton on the Sabres here. Paul, you've seen a couple games here of Michael Kesselring, who they got from Utah last night, a revenge game for Doan and Kesselring and Peterka. What are you seeing from Kesselring? How do you like him as a player and how he fits in this team right now?
I agree with him. I think he evaluated himself perfectly on the pregame show that it's time. You know, he goes, first game I did all right, the next two I didn't. He goes, I've had enough games now. It's time to get my game back. You know, because this is basically, if you think about it, been his preseason. And and right off the bat, he had maybe the best chance. Nope, I think Tuck missing the net, a wide open net. The second best chance of the night when Byram saw him come in from the right point. He was wide open. Byram put a perfect pass on his stick, down low, right where Vejmelka is. Kesselring knows Vejmelka. He's teammates with. He knows what he can do, and he somehow got over and stopped what should have been a tap-in. It was a perfect pass, and you know, Kesselring, I could just tell how frustrated and angry he was coming back that he missed that opportunity. That was very early in the game, which would have given the Sabres a 1-0 lead. And then Byram missed coming down the middle, and then Byram set up Quinn. This all happened like within 30 seconds, and you know then I thought to myself, yep. This goaltender has goalied them his whole career right now. Against the Sabres, he is now 5-2-1 with a 1.75 goals against and a 9.41 save percentage. And remember the guy who's backing him up, Vanacek?
Yeah.
His numbers are just about the same against Buffalo. These two goaltenders, it might be the best two goaltenders against Buffalo active in the NHL right now. But Kesselring, I'm starting to see him get a little bit more involved offensively, you know, in the offensive zone, being that fourth guy coming in late. And, you know, he made a good hit. You know, I haven't seen a lot of contact yet, which I think we will. I just think he's trying to find his footing. He said systemly he's trying to find his footing with the system, but he said it's long enough, you know. He goes, I did have some preseason. I didn't have a lot. And, you know, he said he has 4 games, and he was very blunt. He says the time has come. I got to start playing up to my potential.
Paul Hamilton on the Wester Hotline, chatting Sabres, who lost in overtime last night. So, Paul, eye on the blue and gold. Let's do that going forward, because you mentioned all the injuries. Like, are we expecting to see them get healthier soon? I mean, how long until they start to get some of their bodies back?
Well, I saw Benson with a walking boot on last night.
So that's not good.
Yeah, so he still has it on. So he doesn't look like he's coming back. I think I can confidently say I'm not going to see him Thursday. Zucker and Kulik. Zucker was sick, and then yesterday Ruff said he's worse. That's why he went on IR, to make room for Ostland, because Ruff said, he goes, I don't think Zucker and Kulik could be ready anyway on Thursday. And you can retroact IR. So Zucker went on IR last Saturday, and then he'd be eligible to come off this Saturday. If he's not ready Thursday and wasn't going to be ready, you could have put them both on IR if you wanted to and pulled them off, on Saturday. Kulik, he's trying to play with what I'll call an inner ear infection. I usually don't speculate, but I've had one. Very bad one in college where I tried to get out of bed. I fell right to the floor. I mean, you just have no sense of balance whatsoever. And the way Lindy Ruff described it, he goes, it's kind of like when your kid, and you, Jeremy, you would know this better than I would, has like fluid in their ears.
Yeah.
And he said he tried to play through it and he just couldn't. And so to me, that's an inner ear infection. So it's affecting his balance. And he's not getting better either, so that's why Lindy Ruff was very pessimistic that those two would be ready Thursday. But I think there's a good chance maybe in Carolina on Saturday they could get maybe those two back. So there's 3 guys that have a chance to get back maybe fairly soon.
Paul Hamilton on the Wester Hotline. That's Eye on the Blue and Gold, brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business. You don't have to. Great Lakes Building Systems. Our business is protecting your business. All right, Paul. So next up, the Blues tomorrow night, and then a road trip. The Sabres have not been on the road too much this year. Feels like they're home every night. But Carolina, Utah, Colorado, Detroit coming up after this game against the Blues.
And we talked about when we saw the schedule, if the Sabres have to take advantage of this home schedule, 5-0-2. What do you think? Are they taking advantage of the home schedule so far?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, in their last 7 games, they're 5-0-2. They lost the first one at home, of course, to the Rangers, and but once they got it rolling at home, I mean, here they are 7 home games since they got going, and 5-0-2. So I think they're at least doing that, but they still have not won a road game.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Paul Hamilton. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. If you're on hold, stick with us. We've got Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast on the other side. How disappointed is he? How disappointed should we be that the Bills did not make any moves at the deadline? They are not alone. The Chiefs did not make a move. The Patriots did not. The Steelers did not. You got a lot of teams. Broncos did not. Teams that did not make moves. You had the bottom feeders move boldly in the direction they had to go. The Saints, the Jets, teams at the top, I don't know, left a lot to be desired in my opinion. We'll talk to Joe about it, what they could have added in Rashid Shaheed that they did not, and how things look going forward. I also want to talk to Joe about the specific matchup with the Chiefs, what it was the Bills did in this game that made it look so difficult for Patrick Mahomes. It's Jeremy and Joe. Joe DiBiase, he's off today. He's off the rest of the week. Joe Marino joins me next. Paul, you mentioned Thompson with a chance there. He's got 5 goals in 13 games. One thing that kind of jumps out at me about Thompson, his shooting percentage this year is half of what it was last year. His last 4 seasons, 15, 16, 12, and 18, if I can round a little bit here. And this year he's shooting at 9%. Do you find that Tage is snake-bitten, or is he not getting the same kind of chances? What do you see out of Thompson? Because if his shooting percentage were double, he'd have double the goals, right? Like, and maybe a career high, asking for a career high, which is what last year was, is asking a bit much. But he is below his career shooting percentage considerably.
And I think with him, he will get there. I don't know when that will be, but he will get there. He had 2 posts last night. One early. He went into the backhand and hit a post. And, so right now I think he's just snake-bitten. He's the one guy I don't particularly worry about when it comes to goal scoring and slumps and that kind of thing, because last year I remember he didn't score a goal at all. I think it was the first 5 games, somewhere in there. And then the next thing he scored in every game for the next 5 or 6. And he was off and running. So he just has to get off and running and see the puck go in the net. And he, too, has had some opportunities to win hockey games for them. And it looked like for a bit there that maybe it was starting to come. He did score in consecutive games. It was the 2 Leaf games. I think he had 3 goals in the 2 Leaf games. And I'm thinking, okay, here we go. I mean, now he's going to get going. And, he really hasn't.
All right, so the Sabres, Paul, they lost in overtime last night and had the stat from earlier that in their last 14 overtime games, they have 1 goal. They go to shootouts and they lose. They do not win in 3-on-3. And I guess the question I've got for you is, not that you have all 14 of these fresh on the top of your mind, is this a structural problem, or is this that players on this team don't finish in overtime?
They don't finish. They have had golden opportunities. And you're right. I mean, 5 in a row for the Sabres, and the only one that they won was the shootout. And in every single one of them, the guys that you could handpick to get the opportunities got them. And they were grade A, great opportunities. And last night, Alex Tuck, right down the middle. Great glove save. Yeah, the Sabres were facing a goalie who they just can't beat. He is a Sabre killer, but that's the guy. You could say, all right, you're going to get one just fantastic scoring chance. Who would you like? Well, Thompson, of course, would come out of your mouth.
Yep.
Tuck might be the second one out of your mouth. And he got it. And he also, if you recall, got an absolutely wide open net in the third period on a 3-on-1. They executed it perfectly. Great pass right to Tuck. Wide open net. Missed the net. I mean, so he had two grade A golden opportunities, one to put the Sabres ahead, the other to win the hockey game, and he couldn't do it.
The Buffalo Bills travel to Miami this week to take on the Dolphins for a 1 o'clock kickoff this Sunday. We'll get the first injury report later today, but yesterday the trade deadline came and went, and the Bills were unable to materialize anything before the deadline. They did complete a few roster moves. They cut linebacker Jimmy Charlo and wide receiver Christian Wilkerson from the practice squad. They also held tryouts with Kingsley Jonathan, Corey Couch, Casey Tuhill, and Garrett Nelson. Some of the big trades at the deadline yesterday around the NFL. The Cowboys acquired defensive tackle Quinnen Williams from the Jets for defensive tackle Mozzie Smith and a 2026 second-round pick, and a 2027 first-round pick. They also acquired linebacker Logan Wilson from the Bengals in exchange for a seventh-round pick. The Seahawks acquired wide receiver Rashid Shaheed from the Saints in exchange for fourth and fifth round picks. The Jaguars acquired wide receiver Jacoby Myers from the Raiders in exchange for a fourth and sixth round picks. And the Colts have acquired cornerback Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets for A.D. Mitchell and 2 first-round picks. The Sabres lose in overtime again by a score of 2-1 to the Utah Mammoth. Noah Oslin scored the lone goal for the team. Up next, the Sabres host the St. Louis Blues Thursday night for a 7 p.m. puck drop with all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Listen to WGR Sports Radio 550 and thousands more plus millions of podcasts, all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Well, I think over the years, what I've understood is I share my vision for the team, where I think we're at, where I think we could use some help, and then we back and forth in conversation style there, and then he does his work and with his staff as well, and they do most of the work naturally because we're game planning every week and whatnot. So it's I believe my job is to share where I believe our team is and what we need to do moving forward. So from there, it's really his kind of his stage.
Sean McDermott on the trade deadline and how it all works. The Bills, of course, their managerial structure, how that all works. Jeremy and Joe, no Sneaky Joe today. He's off the rest of the week, and you got me. Owen Parker's here, Joe Kelly producing, and on the Wester Hotline we go to Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast to chat about the trade deadline that was and wasn't for a lot of the contenders. Joe, good morning. I started the show today saying I'm just kind of amazed, really, that the top teams didn't do something. And I know I'm not here to say make a trade just to make a trade, but the Colts and the Seahawks got bold. And teams like Kansas City, Buffalo, New England didn't, and I think it's a missed opportunity for those teams.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. The Bills, among several teams, like you mentioned, Kansas City, who has holes. The Patriots, they're 7-2 in first place. And AFC East, they have resources for sure. They didn't do anything. In fact, they sold players, right? They sold Kyle Duggar and Keon White, a couple of young defensive players there. Even like a team like the Steelers at 5-3 with some of the warts that they've shown. They're still 2 up in that division. The Ravens are coming, but yeah, a lot of inactivity, especially across the AFC when you thought there'd be some teams that would be certainly searching for some help.
So, Joe, how disappointed should Bills fans be that there was not a move made? If you want to limit it just to the guys that were moved, Jacoby Myers, Rashid Shaheed, some of the defensive pieces that were moved, if you want to make that Jalen Phillips. How disappointed are you that they didn't make a move?
Well, I certainly thought there was an opportunity to add something at receiver and maybe even along the defensive line where Michael Hoyt and Ed Oliver won't be available for this football team. And looking at the Myers trade and the Rashid Shaheed trade and even the Draymond Jones trade that Tennessee did with Baltimore, I thought those were some opportunities there that I think the Bills could have replenished a little bit. And at wide receiver, I know this has been a thing for you for a while, and it's certainly, as I watch the film on this team, it's become something that I'm more and more dialed into, where you're just looking at the looks that this offense gets. Teams playing man coverage, teams isolating Keon Coleman against corners and living with it, right? The Bills don't have a player right now, or Keon Coleman is not a player right now that is making teams pay for that choice. And I think it really affects the overall offense because you lose that chance to go after a good one-on-one matchup, but then also it's putting more into the box to defend the run. It's putting more attention on Josh Allen because there's a player that you only get 5 eligibles on a play, and one of them, at least, teams are just unconcerned with, and it's a missed opportunity. And so I certainly would have liked the Bills to go get a Rashid Shaheed or Jacoby Myers, but also internally they have to look at what they have in Josh Palmer potentially coming back, Gabe Davis, yes, as a possibility, but they need to get something in there in that Keon Coleman role that's going to force teams to respect something and not jam up this offense in ways that it currently is because Keon Coleman's getting as much opportunity and snaps as he's getting.
How jammed up is the offense? Because they just scored 40 against Carolina. They scored 20 against Kansas City. So they certainly have their pathways to having good offensive days. And we know the standard is of course, very, very high. So to use the phrase you used there, like, is that a concern that certain teams, they won't be able to get around the fact that they have that problem over there on the one side?
Well, you have the most prolific scoring threat in the history of the NFL playing quarterback in Josh Allen. So he's going to be able to overcome quite a bit. But I think that's exactly why I want something there, because I want Josh Allen to be as dynamic as he possibly can. And that would mean having the receiver that plays the most on your team being pretty dynamic. And right now, that player is not dynamic. And so I think it's the best way to maximize Josh Allen, which feels like that's important, right? It should be. I think it's the best way to help your defense that is clearly at its best when they can force offenses to be one-dimensional and really tee off and rush the passer and allow their DBs to hunt and make plays on the ball, especially with some of the young guys that are back in the lineup. That's what it comes down to for me. And so, Josh Allen has told us, he's shown us that, he can make it work pretty much with whatever receivers he has. But I think it's silly to not want, something a little bit more dynamic in that spot to maximize your everything quarterback.
How about the Michael Hoyt piece, Joe? We could talk lots about, if they could have upgraded at receiver. Should they have been aggressive trying to find the Michael Hoyt replacement? And I know he's a bit of a Swiss Army knife to a degree. Was there a player that moved that would have satisfied you in that department?
I think the Draymond Jones trade that Baltimore did with Tennessee. Draymond Jones, 28 years old. He's a hybrid player, inside-outside player. Now, he's not quite the player that you're going to think of playing in space like a Michael Hoyt can, but a versatile rusher. I don't think he's Michael Hoyt. And, of course, that's a really unique player and a unique role that was looking very promising. But I think Draymond Jones could have given the Bills some interior pass rush that's missing, right, with Hoyt, who was mostly rushing the A gaps and the B gaps, with Ed Oliver, who's not around. And so for a fifth-rounder that could conditionally become a 4, to me that would have been a worthwhile piece to kind of replenish something for your interior pass rush, in particular with the versatile guy that, not a one-for-one, few players will be, but can certainly restore some of that interior presence.
Joe Marino on the Western Hotline. All right, Joe, on the Chiefs game, what did you see on the All-22? What did the Bills do in this game? Let's start defensively, because they held Patrick Mahomes to a 38% catchable throw rate, and his completion percentage, the worst of his career. What did the Bills do defensively in this game? And the bigger question about this is, can they replicate it? Can it be the same in the postseason and work again?
Well, they were really dynamic how they rushed the quarterback. Did some very unique, creative things with using kind of a dime look, but you had a rush that was pretty much Bosa and Rousseau on the edge, and then Hoyt and Dorian Williams on the inside. And they used Hoyt and Dorian Williams to, one of them was typically like a spy mirror player. And what this spy mirror player does is obviously they stay leveraged over Mahomes, but it gives the rush freedom, right? You have to be very disciplined when you rush a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, because if you're not in your rush lane, he's going to kill you, right? He's going to find space and he's going to make throws down the field. Well, by having this mirror player over top of that, it gave Rousseau and Bosa freedom to go inside, to go outside, and rush however they wanted to rush, knowing that you have that secondary contained over the top. And then you have, those guys are generally compression-style rushers that play with power, so they're not necessarily, your fly up the field, win with speed guys. So I think that generally helps them to be more disciplined with how they collapse the width of the pocket as opposed to getting too far up the field. So stylistically, those players with the mirror player over top, and then you have the other one, whether it's Hoyt or Williams, creating picks, right? So there was times where that player would just rush a gap, but also where they would go and they would pick the tackle that allows one of Rousseau or Bosa to work back inside. So the reality is there's just a lot going on right there in front of Patrick Mahomes that's advantageous to the Bills to rush, and it's obviously affecting Mahomes, and you saw him bailing quick, left, right, backwards, being inaccurate with throws, forcing some throws, and they certainly had him rattled, and it was cool to see. I think that was complemented by good coverage on the back end. And certainly getting some more speed in the lineup with Maxwell Harrison has been significant. Hancock at times being able to give them some more range, but ultimately being a lot more connected and tighter in coverage with a complementary rush and a rush that really confused Mahomes and made him look as flustered as I've seen him. Probably the only other time I've seen him more flustered was a Super Bowl loss against the Eagles last February.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, joining us talking Bills and Chiefs. And, that I guess the question I would have is, one of the things you mentioned in your review is how the Bills did a very specific thing, like they game plan for these Chiefs. Do you feel like the Chiefs did anything the Bills had not seen before? Or did they, I guess, Joe, did they have the idea that they were going to roll in here and the Bills were going to do what the Bills do? Because you've mentioned this before. The Bills are known as a team that kind of lines up. You know what they're going to do. Were the Bills big-time tendency breakers in this game? And maybe that's what crossed up Kansas City.
Well, I think Kansas City saw some blood in the water, or smelt blood in the water, with Taron Johnson not playing in the game. And, you're in a situation where on Friday, you're playing on Sunday, your nickel corner gets hurt, and now it's Cam Lewis. And there's a domino effect there where Cam Lewis now becomes your slot, which means Cam Lewis is not your dime player, and that becomes Jamarcus Ingram, who is sometimes a healthy scratch, right? So they're like, yeah, let's put all these receivers on the field. Let's force them to be in nickel and dime defense, and the Bills were. They were literally 100% in nickel and dime defense. And they're thinking, well, Cam Lewis and Jamarcus Ingram are on the field. Let's go after that. And it didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't work at all. The Bills were able to use their depth and overcome, and with the rush, obviously it really mattered. And so I think that was really helpful because I thought there was some opportunities for Kansas City to run the football. The interior defensive line was not very firm against the run. And I know it was 20 carries for 79 yards. So, metrically, that feels pretty good. But there was a lot of efficiency with how they ran the football. And I think the Bills are fortunate they didn't stay committed to it because I think there was some space there to run the ball. But that's the nature of the Chiefs this year. They've been very pass-aggressive, the most pass-aggressive team. They smelt blood in the water based on some matchups. But the Bills had the right stuff defensively to kind of shut that down. When it comes to the Bills' offense, I think they were, obviously very aware of the tendencies to blitz, and that's why they ran 8 screens in the game. I know to the frustration of some, but I think that was important to kind of keep Kansas City honest. They came in with a very blended run scheme, but actually leaned more towards some gap principles. And Kansas City is a very, very disciplined run defense, and they are in their gaps. They get off blocks, but the Bills did a good job of throwing a lot of bodies at these Chiefs boxes with a fullback, with Jackson Hawes, and using Jackson Hawes as a puller a lot of times to just get hat on a hat and let James Cook figure it out and find the green grass, and he certainly did. So I think the Bills had the right stuff offensively and defensively, and I think Kansas City thought they'd just be able to throw the ball all over the place against the depleted Bills defense in some ways, and the Bills had the answers on Sunday.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, joining us on the Western Hotline. All right, Joe, thanks, and enjoy the Miami game. We'll chat next week.
All right, sounds good, Jeremy. Thank you.
Joe Marino. Find all that he does on thejoemarino.com, from the Locked On Bills to the Bills Squad show with me and Jerry O, and also Herd Mentality, the All-22 stuff. Joe does great work, and always a pleasure. 803-0550, our phone number. Some open time here for calls from you when we get back. Sal Capaccio at the top of the hour. We'll hear from the Bills as they kind of turn the page to what I've been referring to as Act 2 of the season. Time to chase down the New England Patriots and reclaim the top spot on top of the AFC East. So, more of your calls. Sal at the top of the hour. His thoughts on the deadline, the deals that did happen, the deals that didn't happen. Jeremy and Joe off today here on WGR.
I mean, they're playing. I mean, they had it going in. Their points percentage was .722 in their last 9. They have one regulation loss in their last 10 games. Yep. One. And all they're doing is staying above water. They're 1 point out of the cellar in the Eastern Conference, and they're 1 point out of the 2 wild card positions held by Toronto and Philadelphia, who have 15 points. And the Sabres are sitting there with 5 other teams at 14 points. And behind them are the Washington Capitals and Florida Panthers with 13 points. So that's the crazy thing about this, is one regulation loss, 5-1-4 in their last 10 games, and all they've been able to do is keep up.
If Palmer comes back, the Bills will be in really good shape. But I do end up feeling like, how worried about any injury should I be? is this offense a Kincaid, Palmer, Cook, one of three, injury away from being severely limited? You want to put Shakir in there, you probably could. But for me, it feels like Palmer because no one else is able to do really what he does. Or Kincaid, of course, because nobody's able to do what he does. And Cook also. During the week, Joe had made the case maybe for a backup running back, someone that could give a little more juice if James Cook goes out, which they did not do. Paul, you mentioned Thompson with a chance there. He's got 5 goals in 13 games. One thing that kind of jumps out at me about Thompson, his shooting percentage this year is half of what it was last year. His last 4 seasons, 15, 16, 12, and 18, if I can round a little bit here. And this year he's shooting at 9%. Do you find that Tage is snake-bitten, or is he not getting the same kind of chances? What do you see out of Thompson? Because if his shooting percentage were double, he'd have double the goals, right? And maybe a career high, asking for a career high, which is what last year was, is asking a bit much. But he is below his career shooting percentage considerably.
And I think with him, he will get there. I don't know when that will be, but he will get there. He had 2 posts last night. One early. He went into the backhand and hit a post. So right now I think he's just snake-bitten. He's the one guy I don't particularly worry about when it comes to goal scoring and slumps and that kind of thing, because last year I remember he didn't score a goal at all. I think it was the first 5 games, somewhere in there. And then the next thing he scored in every game for the next 5 or 6. And he was off and running. So he just has to get off and running and see the puck go in the net. And he, too, has had some opportunities to win hockey games for them. And it looked like for a bit there that maybe it was starting to come. He did score in consecutive games. It was the 2 Leaf games. I think he had 3 goals in the 2 Leaf games. And I'm thinking, okay, here we go. I mean, now he's going to get going. And, he really hasn't.
All right, happy Wednesday. Post-trade deadline, Buff in Dallas is back with us. We tried once, we'll try again. Hey, Buff, thanks for sticking with us. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, go ahead. You're up.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I got you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say Dean whiffed on this, man, yesterday. If he had a do-over, he would do it. My thing is, Waddle, I don't know if the reports were true that were coming out. Dolphins wanted 2 firsts for that. Is that correct? Or
Right. There might be some reports about that. a team that doesn't trade a player is going to get out there that the price was high because if the price was low and nobody came for it, reporting is just, telling a side of the story that somebody wants you to hear. But yeah.
So my thing is this, Jeremy. As far as Allen's birthday, we didn't get him anything, but now this is Christmas. You got an opportunity to make amends with this, and you say that if the price were high, we don't hardly ever do anything with a first pick. Anyways, we trade back. So for Waddle, he's a proven player. There's got to be some type of formula that goes into these trades. Waddle is a first round pick, and he's proven that he can be a first-round talent in this league, so it's going to cancel it out. And this guy, he will bring so much dynamic to this offense because most of the receivers we have, they're just doubles. Anyways, most of them are possession receivers. So my thing is this, and I hate to be long-winded, with Brandon Beane, we got to get him some help. He's a great financial guy, but when it comes to the X's and O's, for me, he just picks the same players. Like, we got a million defensive ends, so they got to get him some help when it comes to drafting these guys and trading, man. That's all I'm going to say.
Thanks, Buff. It's a deadline where not a lot happens. Trey Hendrickson not moving. I haven't really dug in on that yet. That's the worst move of the deadline is Cincinnati holding on to Trey Hendrickson. And sometimes you'll hear, well, it's important to, hold strong in what your price is. Like, no, the important thing to do is to get what you can. Different years, the market is going to be different. How many buyers do you have? Here is a team with an unbelievably bad defense, with a guy that wants to be traded on an expiring contract. You're asking for a first. You weren't going to get it. Can you get a second? Like, just a free second-round pick. You're Cincinnati. You're dead this year. Get a second-round pick. Trade the player away. And instead they don't, and he'll leave in free agency, or what? They'll try to franchise tag him and trade his rights. I guess that's one thing they could try to do, unless they've already assured him they wouldn't franchise tag him. I don't know. Inaction by the top teams is amazing. Without the Jets, the deadline would have been a complete dud. And the Saints also, and I guess the Raiders. You had the three worst teams doing most of the work here, and everybody else just kind of sitting around. And I think it's a mistake for a lot of these teams. Maybe the problem's me expecting more from the league and from the contenders. It's kind of mind-blowing. Fourths and fifths. You can just get those back in a heartbeat in the offseason. Oh, you want a fourth back? Trade down from your third. Someone will just give you one. It's not hard to get these picks. 803-0550. Then there's comp picks, Jalen Phillips, cap hit in Philadelphia, $1.5 million. If he leaves in free agency, he goes into the compensatory pick formula. They'll get basically what they paid for him right back. Like, it doesn't seem like the hardest game, but I don't know. A lot of these teams like to stand pat. Sal Capaccio on the other side will get his thoughts on the moves that did happen, and of course the Bills' path against Miami and moving forward. Now that we know the roster is the roster, we can ask about Casey Toohill and Kingsley Jonathan, and maybe a timeline for Gabe Davis as well. We know the roster is the roster. We know it's a pretty good one. We know the Bills are pretty good. And here comes Act 2, chasing down New England. Jeremy and Joe, Sal, coming up next here on WGR. I don't understand. Like, could the Bills have made a huge trade or a small trade? Sure, fine. I'm going to sit here and tell you a lot today that I'm not mad about it, and I'm going to sound
mad. Listen, all week
but
for your chance to win a
just,
4-pack of tickets to the Canada versus...
I do not understand how the teams that have the human cheat
courtesy
codes
of the Buffalo
are sitting around. The Eagles, I guess, didn't do that. I don't think they have a human cheat code. What the Eagles' cheat code is their GM, who's always moving and always doing stuff. And he goes out and gets a potentially premier pass rusher, maybe tier 2 guy in Jalen Phillips. They sign everybody. They pay everybody. They have all these amazing players. They don't sit still. And here the Bill, I just don't get it. And that's the problem, I guess, is human cheat code on your team, and your answer is to stand pat. Human cheat code running your offense and possibly a road to the 1 seed in a first-round bye. I don't care if you think spending a first-round pick increases your odds to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years by 6%. That 6% seems like a good idea to me. You've never won. I'm amazed at the willpower. I'm amazed at the ability to have that patience that maybe I have in my life, but not in my sports life. I don't get it. You're the Chiefs. You have a chance to go to four. This is, again, more than the Bills right now. You have a chance to go to your fourth consecutive Super Bowl, 4 in a row, win again. You're living a dynasty. What are you afraid of? What on earth could you be afraid of? Patrick Mahomes, they want a third for Brees Hall? Sorry, we have a very firm stance. It's got to be a fourth. What are you doing? Why do you have the job? I don't get it. It's wild to me. Thank goodness for the Jets, and thank goodness for the Saints. The only teams that boldly went in a direction are the bad ones. Why can't the good ones decide, like, it's time to go in a direction, bolt, we're going to go try to win this thing? Instead, everybody just kind of sits still? Amazing to me. Truly amazing. All right, so the Sabres, Paul, they lost in overtime last night and had the stat from earlier that in their last 14 overtime games, they have 1 goal. They go to shootouts and they lose. They do not win in 3-on-3. And I guess the question I've got for you is, not that you have all 14 of these fresh on the top of your mind, is this a structural problem, or is this that players on this team don't finish in overtime?
They don't finish. They have had golden opportunities. And you're right. I mean, 5 in a row for the Sabres, and the only one that they won was the shootout. And in every single one of them, the guys that you could handpick to get the opportunities got them. And they were grade A, great opportunities. And last night, Alex Tuck, right down the middle. Great glove save. Yeah, the Sabres were facing a goalie who they just can't beat. He is a Sabre killer, but that's the guy. You could say, all right, you're going to get one just fantastic scoring chance. Who would you like? Well, Thompson, of course, would come out of your mouth.
Yep.
Tuck might be the second one out of your mouth, and he got it. And he also, if you recall, got an absolutely wide open net in the third period on a 3-on-1. They executed it perfectly. Great pass right to Tuck. Wide open net. Missed the net. I mean, so he had 2 grade A golden opportunities, one to put the Sabres ahead, the other to win the hockey game, and he couldn't do it.
The Bills travel to Miami this week to take on the Dolphins for a 1 o'clock kickoff this Sunday. We'll get the first injury report later today, but yesterday, the Bills were unable to have a trade materialize before the deadline. They did complete a few roster moves. They cut linebacker Jimmy Charlo and wide receiver Christian Wilkerson from the practice squad. They also had tryouts with Kingsley Jonathan, Corey Couch, Casey Toohill, and Garrett Nelson. Some of the big trades at the deadline yesterday from around the NFL. The Colts acquired cornerback Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets for A.D. Mitchell and 2 first-round picks. The Jaguars acquired wide receiver Jacoby Myers from the Raiders in exchange for 4th and 6th-round picks. The Seahawks acquired wide receiver Rashid Shaheed from the Saints in exchange for 4th and 5th-round picks. And the Cowboys, with a couple trades, acquired defensive tackle Quinnen Williams from the Jets for defensive tackle Mozzie Smith in a 2026 second-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick. And they also acquired linebacker Logan Wilson from the Bengals in exchange for a 7th-round draft pick. The Sabres lost in overtime again by a score of 2-1 to the Utah Mammoth last night. Noah Osland scored the lone goal for the team. Up next, the Sabres host the St. Louis Blues tomorrow night for 7 p.m. puck drop, with all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio in to join us here on a Wednesday. Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off the rest of the week. He's off on Buffalo Bills Football Monday as well, so we'll get Joe back on Tuesday. Bills and Dolphins this week. We're, of course, talking post-deadline, the deadline that was for some teams and that wasn't for many others. And Sal joins us here on the Western Hotline. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, Sal. When the day finished out, are you ultimately surprised that the Bills did not make a move, that the Patriots, that the Chiefs, that some of these teams at the top of the AFC, that it was a little more quiet of a trade deadline than many had anticipated?
Yes, and yes. I was surprised that the Bills did not make a move at the end of the day. Now, I came on here and said many times what the barriers were to that, right? And we all knew that. And we could talk price point and all that, and that's always subjective. There is a true and real barrier of salary cap, but you can also manage that and make it work in some way, shape, or form, depending on a lower level type of salary and bring him in, and you could definitely make that work. So I'm not saying it's impossible at all, but certainly some barriers. That said, I thought that there would be a deal done. In fact, on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo with Matt Bove and me, the last episode we did, I set the over-under at 1.5 on trades for the Bills for Matt. I think he went over. I think he said he thought they would have 2 of them. So I think that's where our heads were. That's where my head was going in. Then on top of that, I mean, I look at it and go, okay, what's happening here? Well, the Bills didn't make any moves. Neither did the Chiefs. Neither did the Patriots. Neither did the Steelers. Like teams that
Broncos.
Broncos were rumored to be the most aggressive team out there, and they didn't do anything, right?
Yep.
It felt like the teams that were there that wanted to make something happen, if you try to step back and say, why is that? Well, I think maybe just the price point of those teams and where they are and, the players that they wanted to acquire to help them probably seemed a little too high for some cases, and then salary cap in the Bills' case and maybe others as well. So, yeah, I was surprised at the end of the day that the Bills did not and all those other teams did not.
Yeah, you wonder if one team had made a deal for a big price, if that would have maybe opened the door for the others. And I kind of, Sal, thought that maybe the Colts trade and the Cowboys trade, like, hey, first-rounders are flying around here. Maybe GMs will feel a little bit like, all right, you know what, let's get in the game here. Indianapolis went with 2 firsts for Sauce Gardner and A.D. Mitchell for Sauce Gardner, and yet here we are, like still nothing. So I don't know if I'm not necessarily surprised the Bills didn't make a massive swing. I'd kind of talked myself into it being possible, but I am surprised there wasn't like a middle-of-the-road deal, if you want to talk about the Shaheed deal or some other defensive player to come in, because immediately afterward we find out that Casey Toohill and Jonathan Kingsley Kingsley Jonathan, and Garrett Nelson. So three players come in for workouts, meaning like they're going to add somebody. I'm surprised that they didn't think or couldn't find to add somebody to a roster spot that might have cost them a fourth or a fifth round pick.
Yeah, so really interesting. So nothing official from the Bills yet from what I've seen, but this is from the NFL transaction wire. So that's what's going to happen, right? So we'll probably get notice on some of this stuff today, but really more of the guys that are already under contract. They won't tell you the guys came in for tryouts. They don't do that. But I'm looking at this as a big picture, Jeremy, which is why release Jimmy Charlo and Christian Wilkerson? Well, and then bring in guys, the three defensive ends essentially that they did for tryouts. Kingsley Jonathan, who knows this system, who's been here, who's done some decent things when he's played. Syracuse guy, for those who remember him. He went to Chicago, came back to Buffalo, went to Houston, I think maybe Jacksonville. I can't remember after that, but it's been a few stops. Garrett Nelson, and then Casey Tuhill, who's also been here. And they're all three defensive ends. So what this tells me is I think that would have been the area the Bills would have concentrated the most here at the trade deadline. And I do think, though, it is tough to probably get the kind of player they were looking for. And what I believe they were looking for, this is my interpretation of just how the roster is shaped and what they've been doing. I don't think the Bills need a true defensive end. But if they do, then they have to have an internal solution to interior pass rush by one of those guys kicking inside. It's really more of a defensive tackle, defensive end hybrid is what they need, right? Because that's what they lost in Michael Hoyt. Michael Hoyt's not a true defensive tackle, but he plays inside. I think the Bills, when everything was percolating about Von Miller last night, right?
Yeah.
And I know, like, people rolling their eyes, and I get it. I mean, it's Von Miller. He's older. He has 4 sacks this year. His pressure numbers aren't that bad. But what that told me was they're looking for somebody to either bring in to replace what Michael Hoyt's role was, or somebody they bring in that then they can move somebody on the roster to do that. You know what I mean? And kind of move the role around. That's the role I think they were concentrating most on. When it came to wide receiver, now you have Christian Wilkerson, who's going to get released here, it looks like. That might be a move for Gabe Davis. Maybe Gabe, maybe there's just not enough reps or whatever, so you want to, and Gabe's getting more. Who knows where that could be? It could be anything, I guess. But that being said, everything started percolating about Deebo Samuel yesterday. I thought, like, man, I don't know. Are they really going to do that? I mean, that's just kind of more of the same of what you have. And, boy, they're really, really leaning into the yards after catch thing. I don't know how real that was, how real it wasn't. It never felt like that was like an area that they were going to target necessarily. I guess it could have definitely happened. Then we would have been like, okay, what's going on here? Real quick, though, I want to say, like, when people talk about Garrett Wilson and Jalen Waddle, I mean, those things are just – I almost feel like I'm wasting my time talking about the Bills trading for them. Like, what? No, the Jets were never going to trade Garrett Wilson to the Bills, and I don't think the Dolphins were going to trade Jalen Waddle to the Bills, right? I mean, people think about these things, and – yeah, they're fun to think about and fantasize about as a wide receiver coming in, but that just doesn't make sense to me why a team would do that. And I know they're on expiring contracts maybe in some situations when you trade with your division, not even in the case like Garrett Wilson who signed the extension. But you don't want to hand your division rival a guy that they could sign to an extension, in that case even, further and play him. So it never made sense to me that was ever going to happen.
Yeah. That's why Olave was probably someone we keyed in on more because he's in the NFC, and same with Shaheed there. And then there's, of course, like the Brian Thomas Jr. rumblings. Could they have been after him a little bit? Quite possibly. I'm seeing from the New York Post the price for Waddle appears to be a 1 and assets. So not two ones, but like a 1 and something else. And I'm not sure if the Bills would have called, whatever, like asking prices and all that. Sal, like the deadline here for Brandon Beane, he's got a good team. There's no doubt about that. I'm surprised that the good teams didn't make more noise here. I'm curious to get your thoughts on the Colts deal, making the trade for Sauce Gardner with a pair of first-round picks and A.D. Mitchell. There's no doubt it's a steep price. Do you respect it? Do you think it's ridiculous? Like, where do you land on what the Colts did for a premier cornerback?
Well, I obviously think that, you give them credit for going for it for sure. You wonder if they're kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit, though, and saying, okay, we're going to do this now, and it's really going to cost them later. I mean, that's a really heavy price to pay. And, Sauce Gardner's a really, really good player. I don't know. Are they good enough throwing the ball, though, to say, I mean, to me, their defense is pretty good already. Their running game is really good. Now you're moving on from A.D. Mitchell, which it seemed like that was just never a fit for them, and there was a lot going on there, right? I think that was just kind of what was going on. And now, are they good enough throwing the ball? I know Daniel Jones has some nice numbers, but is that a good enough passing offense? And I wonder just kind of roster construction from their point. But I think philosophically, Jeremy, you always have to kind of tip your cap to a team that says, hey, we're here, and I don't know if we're going to get here again, so let's go for it right now.
Yep.
Which I think gets us back to the original point, and you talked about it this morning a lot, which is the teams that didn't do it. Where you think the teams that kind of are right there and have the ability should, but those teams also could be sitting back and going, we're here and we will be back again. And I know that's a chicken and egg, right? That's a philosophical, should you do that or not? I'm not super intimate with the Colts roster, but I heard somebody say yesterday, like, they are a little aging, right? This might be their chance to do this now because, you're catching lightning in a bottle. So why not do it now? They have some youth on their team. There's no doubt about it. But even like Jonathan Taylor's not the youngest running back, right? And he's really, really good. They built a nice offensive line. There's some vets there, a couple of young guys. But I mean, I want Zaire Franklin is an older player. Like, some of their better players are older, and you wonder if maybe that's why they did something like that. From the Jets side, yeah, I mean, smart move by the Jets for sure. But I mean, this is what they do all the time, every few years. It's rinse and repeat. And they draft players. They get all this war chest, as they say, of draft picks, and the players they draft a few years later, they wind up moving on from and doing the same thing over again. Why? Because they don't have the quarterback.
Yeah.
As simple as that. They get the quarterback that's going to look like the greatest trade ever in the history of the Jets.
Which they probably will get. I mean, they're going to be near the top of the draft with multiple firsts to move up. Like, they'll have a real good look at drafting first overall. And we'll see if they can get to the first overall spot.
But I'll say, Jeremy, they had Sam Darnold.
Oh, right, and they had Zach Wilson. Right, they drafted a quarterback number 2, number 3. Sanchez.
It's
was
if the
number
quarterback
6.
works out from both sides. Can they develop them?
Yeah.
Can they surround them? And can that player be good enough? Right. All of that has to matter, as we know. That's not an easy science sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. On the Colts, you talk about their passing game. I'm looking at some EPA per play numbers for the Colts. The Bills have the number 2 offense in football. Number 1 is Indianapolis. And an EPA per pass, the Bills are 7th and the Colts are 8th. So, for what it's worth, the Colts pass game might be every bit as good as the Bills pass game. And the quarterback, I don't think anybody thinks is nearly as good. So we'll see. We'll see if Indy can be a little bit more serious here. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. Sal, who will we hear from today as we kind of get back to, a regular week, a Sunday 1 o'clock game against Miami, right back to it. The Dolphins, of course, they fired their GM, and everyone's going to pick the Bills to win by 1 million. So who do we hear from today, and what are we looking for on the injury report? Daquan Jones, Josh Palmer, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so it is a normal Wednesday now. Typically, after the trade deadline, we have heard from Brandon Beane, but that's also because the Bills have made moves over the last few years, right? And I don't know if that's going to be the case today because there's really no reason to talk if there's no moves made, I guess, right? I don't know. So it is possible that is the case. But that being said, Sean McDermott will speak to the media a little before noon. Then the team will be on the practice field. Then we'll hear from players afterwards in the locker room. And yes, it is Miami week, right? Always a fun week. And I know a lot of people going down to South Florida, and I love the fact that this is a Sunday 1 p.m. game in November. Chance for Western New Yorkers to kind of get some sun and get a nice weekend down there in South Florida. And obviously the Miami Dolphins are in a reset mode as well. And I was actually surprised they didn't do more, Jeremy, to be honest with you, the Dolphins. Like, I thought they were going to trade anything nailed down, right? They did wind up trading Jalen Phillips, nice player.
Minka Fitzpatrick, Nick Chubb. Bradley Chubb.
Yeah, I thought they would do that, and they didn't do that. And, look, it's still a team that still has a lot of weapons on offense. And Devon Achane and Jalen Waddle, and they still have an offense that can spread you out and, have a lot of speed. And it was funny, when I talked to Sean McDermott last Friday on the Extra Point Show for his weekly radio interview, I asked about defending Kansas City. He unprompted brought up how they're similar to Miami like that, right? So I think that, the Bills view that offense, Miami, very similarly to how they view Kansas City in defending them. And we know the quarterback's different, obviously, but they do have a lot of speed, and they can spread you out. So it is still a game that they have to go down there and take care of business. And right now they're in a position where they got to win games. They got to stay pace with, New England and the rest of the AFC. And the Colts fell back a game last week. New England's got a tough one in Tampa this week. Then Tampa comes here. So the Bucks are the Tampa Bay Bucks might have a lot to say about what happens in the AFC East over the next few weeks. But the Bills will be back on the practice field today. You asked about injuries. Going back to Monday, so everybody knows, Sean McDermott basically said that Daquan Jones, Taron Johnson, Joshua Palmer, and who else am I missing? All basically going to see how the week, Gabe Davis, going to see how the week goes for all of them. And he basically alluded to all of them practicing in some capacity this week.
All right. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills, Dolphins. And what percentage of Bills fans this week, Sal? You think like 80%? Is it going to be the takeover of takeovers? I'm like, it usually is. Joe's going for the first time, which is great. I'm happy for him to get that kind of – it's a rite of passage for Bills fans to get down to Miami.
It is always – by the way, Shaq Thompson was the other guy I was thinking of, though. He expected to do some work this week. It is always packed down there in the stadium with Bills fans. And I will tell you, though, of all the cities and stadiums and teams that we visit every year and go to, this is like one of the most front-running fan bases that you'll find, which what I mean by that is when the Dolphins are pretty good or in the mix or it's early in the year, like, the Dolphins fans are a little bit more of the Dolphins fans and less of the Bills fans, even though there's a lot of Bills fans, right?
Yep.
Once you get to where the Dolphins are like, people are checking out and you know that they're 2-7, I mean, they are really checking out. And there's a lot going on in South Florida. I mean, Jeremy, there's a nightclub inside the stadium that people go into and just party instead of watch the game. I mean, that's what we're talking about in South Florida anyway, in every game. And I mean, so I'm expecting a lot of Dolphins fans to be like offloading their tickets to Bills fans who want to go in this situation.
Oh, well, it'll be a good one. Good times for Bills and Dolphins. And the Thursday night game, it's Vegas and Denver. And we'll see. Like Denver was another team, Sal, we thought could add at the deadline. Sean Payton said they did not come close to a deal. He's also kind of saying the same thing the Bills are. That for the Broncos, it was said to be receiver that they might have chased after. So, receiver's a position that moved a little bit, but not too much for this deadline. I'm also kind of stunned that, sorry, if you want to get something in there.
I just want to say I agree. Like that organization, I felt would be aggressive, and Sean Payton is just, him, being the head coach there. And it feels weird because I feel like they have good receivers, but like Waddle was the guy they were most connected with. I felt yesterday, right? And then that just never materialized for them.
Yeah. Hendrickson stays with Cincinnati. Stunned?
Yeah. No, I'm never stunned by anything the Bengals do. Honestly, like right, I mean, like it feels like they kind of just make decisions to make decisions, and it's not for any rhyme or reason to better the future or the present. It's more of a because let's be honest, they probably should have traded him, right? I don't know what the compensation they're asking for or the number. It feels like unless they really believe that he's going to resign there, then I could understand and they could keep him a little keep him. But man, their defense is so bad. They traded Logan Wilson. Man, their defense is just terrible.
Their record, I saw, Sal, the Bengals' record when they score 38 in the last 2 years is 1-3. When they score 38.
That is amazing, right? That is amazing. Yeah. So, I mean, that's another guy that probably the asking price was probably super high. He's a really good pass rusher at a good age. So that would have been really high for them. And I know that, the big reaction from Bills fans yesterday was about receiver, and I get it. Yep. Like, I thought they might add there. I really did. The guy I wanted was Shaheed if the Bills were going to do it. I thought, and that's a really nice pickup for the Seattle Seahawks, but Shaheed to me would have fit really well on this roster because he's also a return man, and right now their return man is inactive pretty much most of the time. So you kind of could have added speed to the receiver room. You add playmaking ability, add a return man, but however that worked out or didn't work out, whether the Bills were in it, I don't know. But that was the guy there, and obviously the Bills are what they're ultimately saying is they believe that they have enough solutions on the roster to go forward with the receiving core, and we'll see if that happens. And this is on them now to be right about that.
Yeah. Do you think we'll get any sort of update on Gabe Davis today? Like he got the injury after the one practice. He's got a little bit swollen. Like is he? I don't know, Sal.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see him out there or not. That'll be the thing, Jeremy. Like the one thing you have to remember with Gabe is because he's on the practice squad, he doesn't show up in the injury report. You know what I mean? Like only active players show up on the injury report or guys coming back from injured reserve.
Right.
But since Gabe is on the practice squad, yes, I expect Sean McDermott to tell us beforehand what he's going to do. But then when we go out there, we'll be able to see what he's doing,
right.
And we'll get a little feel for that.
feels like a matter of time before he's going to dress for a game. So, and he might give them, an upgrade. He might give them a little bit more outside than they have been getting. So, we'll see if that's in the cards. Also, Josh Palmer, of course, we're going to watch him. All right, Sal, thanks very much.
All right, you got it, buddy.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline on the trade deadline that was and wasn't. Seeing some of the insiders reporting, behind the scenes of the deals and how Sauce Gardner got traded. Owen, Joe, did you guys see the video of the kid who's a Jets fan? He was told that his favorite player, Sauce Gardner, got traded and started to cry and said, "I hate the Jets."
Yeah, that kid, I feel for that kid. That's a tough spot.
And his dad's telling him, it's okay. They got a bunch of first-round picks.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
the
dad's been through this movie 18 million times before with this team, and he's just trying to make his kid feel better. Oh, yeah.
Tough.
It's not a fun time.
8030550. Along the way, in the last 20 minutes, I remembered another thing. I made it 2 hours in, have not yet made this point about the deadline and how the NFL, these GMs got to get their stories straight about these trades. I'll tell you what that is, because I thought of another thing. I'm going to scream it. And another thing about the inaction from these teams at the top that doesn't make sense. So I'll get you that. And if you want to chime in, are you disappointed? Are you, you're fine. You wanted this, you wanted that. And how much the decision to do nothing, what is that going to mean if they don't win the Super Bowl? 8030550, or make a Super Bowl, or beat the Chiefs, or whatever you want to put on it. 8030550 to join us here on WGR. If Palmer comes back, the Bills will be in really good shape. But I do end up feeling like, how worried about any injury should I be? Is this offense a Kincaid, Palmer, Cook, one of three, injury away from being severely limited? You want to put Shakir in there, you probably could. But for me, it feels like Palmer, because no one else is able to do really what he does. Or Kincaid, of course, because nobody's able to do what he does. And Cook also. During the week, Joe had made the case maybe for a backup running back, someone that could give
Jeremy
a little
White
more
here
juice
for
if James
Riverfront
Cook goes
Auto
out,
Sales.
They did not.
1379
Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're in the market for a pre-owned vehicle, then get to Riverfront Auto Sales. You can save money by going to Riverfront.
I mean, they're playing. I mean, they had it going in. Their points percentage was .722 in their last 9. They have one regulation loss in their last 10 games.
Yep.
One. And all they're doing is staying above water. They're 1 point out of the cellar in the Eastern Conference, and they're 1 point out of the 2 wild card positions held by Toronto and Philadelphia, who have 15 points. And the Sabres are sitting there with 5 other teams at 14 points. And behind them are the Washington Capitals and Florida Panthers with 13 points. So that's the crazy thing about this, is one regulation loss, 5-1-4 in their last 10 games, and all they've been able to do is keep up.
Get to that. But first, the deadline. All right, so tell me about your experience yesterday. Pins and needles, right? Refresh. Come on. And I don't know if I want Von Miller. Debo? I don't want Debo Samuel. Refresh. 4 o'clock hits. All right, well, maybe a deal comes in under the gun or after the fact. All right, hold on. No trades. No trades for the Bills. No trades for the Steelers. No trades for the Patriots. No trades for the Chiefs. The report today is the Chiefs were willing to give up a 4th for Breece Hall, but the Jets wanted a 3rd for Breece Hall. Okay, interesting. That seems like something you should have figured out. All right. My experience in the trade deadline is I don't. What do these GMs do? What's your job? What are you here for? Are you here to auto draft during the draft and then just kind of sit back and say everything else is too expensive? Or are you here to win? Who's in it to win it? The Colts. Unfortunately, the only team that was really is in it to win it is the Colts. And I don't know that anybody saw it coming. They're going to trade 2 firsts and A.D. Mitchell for Sauce Gardner. But the Colts show you what it looks like when you say, you know what, we're good. We've got a shot here to get better right now and in the future. And we're going to go get a provably good to great player and see if we can continue to help him in the right direction. We've got a smart defensive coordinator. Let's go trade 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. Like, that's wow.
The Bills travel to Miami this week to take on the Dolphins for a 1 o'clock kickoff this Sunday. We'll get the first injury report later today, but yesterday the Bills were unable to have a trade materialize before the deadline. They did complete a few roster moves. They cut linebacker Jimmy Charlo and wide receiver Christian Wilkerson from the practice squad, and they also held tryouts with Kingsley Jonathan, Corey Couch, Casey Toohill, and Garrett Nelson. Some big trades at the deadline yesterday around the NFL. The Jaguars traded for wide receiver Jacoby Myers from the Raiders in exchange for a 4th and 6th round picks. The Colts have acquired cornerback Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets in a blockbuster for A.D. Mitchell and 2 first-round picks. And the Seahawks acquired wide receiver Rashid Shaheed from the Saints in exchange for 4th and 5th round picks. The Sabres lost again in overtime by a score of 2-1 to the Utah Mammoth. Noah Ostlund scored the lone goal for the team. Up next, the Sabres host the St. Louis Blues tomorrow night for a 7 p.m. puck drop, and you will be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Utah near circle. To the slot. Second chance. What a save by Lyon. Oh, my, at the near post. Robbing Cooley to keep this game scoreless early in the power play.
One of the first moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. The Sabres fall in overtime to the Utah Mammoth, which, by the way, yesterday I said that Tusky was a bad name for the mascot and that they could have done better. And I said I was going to give you examples of names that would have been better than Tusky, and I didn't deliver. I'm here to deliver that now. They could have gone with Brent Tuskberger. Thank you.
What you want when you want with WGR Sports Radio 550.
I don't think it would be crazy. We've seen a lot of very good offenses like the Chiefs, like the Baltimore Ravens in the past, the 49ers, to have Dalton Kincaid be your focal point of your passing offense, where he's the one who's getting between 6 to 10 targets a game. But his yards per route run average is still like near the top of the league. He's made a lot of plays. He's taken the step that really Brandon Beane pushed him on in the offseason. He's got to get bigger. He's got to be available. He hasn't been available a ton, but when he's been on the field, he's been really productive.
As Chris Trapasso, Kincaid having a great year, one of the best tight ends in football when they throw him the ball. And plenty of conversations about getting him on the field more. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe. Also, by the way, the Mammoth mascot, I had a second one. It was Wooly Backman. But not everybody knows Wally Backman. Anyway, I thought of names for the Utah mascot yesterday. I think Utah's logo is not good. I said it. I think it's not good. A little elephant face with the mountains. It's over the top. It's too obvious.
I kind of like it. I don't know.
Too obvious.
I think it's.
I need logos like the Brewers. I need the logo to exist for 10 years before people realize what's in it and they didn't know. Like the Hartford Whaler with the whale tail and the H and the W. And like you don't. It's got to be hidden. Instead, they got elephants made out of mountains. It's so obvious.
Yeah.
What's that?
My New Mexico logo was like that. They had a bunch of hidden stuff in there. There was a nose that was a hot air balloon. The eyes were mountains. It was really quite something.
Yeah. Sabres next play the Blues tomorrow night, so a Tage revenge game. All right, 803-0550. I thought of, and another thing that bothers me about the trade deadline. First off, I'm going to say some nice things. One, I'm glad they did not trade for Deebo Samuel. That would have been bad. Flat out bad. Any asset for Deebo Samuel? No. Deebo Samuel would come onto this team and not beat man coverage, and then they would build their entire offense out of screenplays. So, no. I'm just glad they didn't go for Deebo. I think Deebo would have been a mistake. I am, though, disappointed in the entire league. It goes past the Bills, so maybe I'm just I don't know. I don't consider myself a huge risk taker, but maybe I'm a big risk taker. Maybe I'd be more willing to trade first-round picks, and here's why. Here's my latest case for what are these teams doing? Oh, my goodness. The Colts, they gave away 2 firsts for Sauce Gardner. Can you believe it? They got fleeced by the Jets. Fleeced. Fast forward to April of this next year, right? April 2026. What is something you are absolutely guaranteed to hear? Guarantee it. You'll hear, we only have 13 first-round grades this year. Oh, you do? And where do you pick? 30th? Sounds like you should have traded it to some team that thinks there are 30. These teams love to tell you that there aren't even 32 first-round picks every year, every single year, without fail. You'll never have a year where there are 40 first-round grades, even though that if it were a market that accurately reflected first-round grades, you should have some years where there are more than the allotted 32. But never. It's like a competition. The GMs like to compete. And actually, this year we only have 4 first-round grades on these players. It won't be long until we get a team that says there are 4. There's only, we got 15 first-round grades. And then yet, miraculously, every team finds their way to one of their first-round grades. Wow, what a system. What a great idea this draft is. So get your story straight about the draft. You don't even have that many first-round grades. Okay. Then maybe you should trade that first-round pick for somebody that you know is awesome when you are good. That goes for New England, too. That goes for Kansas City. That goes for Denver. That goes for the Colts. Just did it. The Colts. If I'm the Colts GM, you better believe I'm going to say in my next pre-draft press conference, like, yeah, we don't have a first, but honestly, guys, this class, I have 12 first-round grades, and I have 64 second-round grades. just troll the draft process. It's as inexact as anything, and I just sitting over here thinking, oh, man, these good teams that pick 30th. How many times can GMs that pick in the 30s also lament that they're picking so late it's harder to find a guy that's this good? Oh, all right, well, then maybe, trade some pieces for one of those guys. And yet I'm still over here with the Colts are the team that did it. Try to find an explanation. Tell me the Colts deal is bad without using the phrase the words Daniel Jones. Tell me why it's bad without saying Daniel Jones. Because every takedown of what the Colts did is a takedown of the fact that their quarterback is not perfect. Like, oh, okay. Well, then the teams with the perfect quarterbacks are the ones that should make the trades? Yes, but they don't. All right. Make it make sense to me. I'm fine with what the Colts did. I think 7 teams should have done what the Colts did. I won't rest until a draft is the bottom 7 teams in the draft order picking 3 times each. This team should go for it. Let's go. You got freak show quarterbacks. What are you waiting for? New England wimping out like that. The Bills, what? You got why'd you convert that money from Taron Johnson? You opened up the space and then decided 4th and a 5th is too steep. What? Anyway, I'm disappointed. I thought the deadline should have brought something. You don't get redos. This was the last chance to do something. The prices were too high. Of course they are. This is the deadline. This is when you have to pay the most. That's how it works. Anyway, I thought the Bills should have done something, but not Debo. Vaughn, I don't know. Would have been fine. I thought they could have kept Vaughn last year, and they didn't, and he's been fine for Washington. I guess, I also said today I don't want to give the Jets too much credit for what they did, but at least they did something that was smart for their long-term vision while Cincinnati keeps Hendrickson for principal. Congratulations. Maybe next year at the draft you can turn in your principal for a second-round pick when you probably should have just traded Trey Hendrickson. So anyway, 803-0550. Anthony in Jamestown is up. Hey, Anthony, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Good. Two quick questions. One, just looking at free agency in the future, how difficult will it be to attract like wide receiver 1, 2s due to the everyone eats mentality and, our run game, and we're very run heavy? That's the first question. Number 2, you think any of this injury with Hoyt could be attributed to, not doing our math with his PED suspension and all the data suggesting after coming off PEDs there's injury risk? And, those are my 2 things. Thanks again for, you guys' show, and I just wanted to hear what you had to think on those 2 things.
Thanks, Anthony. I've seen a couple people speculate about the PED thing, and I don't know. I think that's kind of tough, and, I'll speculate on a lot of things, trades and this and that, but I don't want to necessarily do that about Michael Hoyt. I don't know if it's fair to him, whether it's, accurate or not, or somebody wanted to, give me empirical evidence. On the receiver thing, I mean, free agency doesn't seem to be the route the Bills are going to go anyway. The guys they convinced to come in free agency are the lower middle class receivers, the $11 million Josh Palmers and Curtis Samuel and Elijah Moore off the street. Like I don't think the Bills are going to go spend money on a free agent receiver, and the reality is that top tier free agent receivers don't hit the market. So what you should probably do is, just draft one. Which, by the way, that's another thing I'd like to thank Brandon Beane for, that by not trading any draft picks, I'm just saying in April I've got some options. Let's hit it. I got more options. I got more horns to blow now that they didn't trade any draft picks. 803-0550. The thing about everybody eats, it is funny. Here we are, the offense. At this point, like I don't get bothered by it. Some people really are bothered by it. It's like wearing a T-shirt that says "Refuse to lose." Really, like it's just a slogan. It's just a thing. Last year's offense, they leaned into it because of the identity change. Right now, what are they? Throw it to Kincaid and hand it to Cook and involve Shakir, and nobody else really rates. Like you threw a ball to Ty Johnson, fine, great. You threw a ball to Keon Coleman, that's fine. Like it just. I don't think you have to let it bother you. The Chiefs rock out and everybody eats. The number of teams that say everybody's involved, do your 111th. Sean McDermott says that a lot. Do your 111th. Does Myles Garrett not want to come here because he's going to think like, oh, I'm only 111th of the? These are slogans. Like these are coaching slogans to get everybody to buy in, and I think they are important for the players, for the team, for the culture, and that we don't really have to get too worried about them. That's what I would say about that. Thanks for the phone call, Anthony. Zach in West Seneca. Hey, Zach, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I got a couple points. As far as the trade deadline goes, I mean, it has come a long way. You go back 20 years ago, and the best you got is a guy like Tim Rattay going from the Niners to Tampa. I mean, that's what the trade deadline was for a long time, was just random guys. So if you look at it over the last couple of weeks, it is better. But, yeah, I agree with you. I wish the big-time guys with big-time quarterbacks would have made moves. I think that's kind of foolish of the Colts. I kind of like it from an AFC standpoint of they're not going to touch a quarterback now, and if you're trying to hitch, your wagons to Daniel Jones, good luck. As far as the Bills go,
hold on, Zach. Hold on. I want to get to your Bills point. I want to have this Colts conversation. If you want to hitch your wagon to Daniel Jones, what should you do if Daniel Jones is your quarterback? Who, by the way, this year right now, Their passing offense is every bit as good as the Bills' passing offense. If you're the Colts, what should you do?
Insulate them, I mean, which is what they're doing. But
Yeah,
they're
to me, that's it. Like, if you think Daniel Jones is not that good, you should go out and get as many other good players as possible because your job is to win, and you are good. That's what the Colts are, and that's what they did. And, like, this is the thing I've been kind of dealing with all morning is I hear too many people telling me you can't try to get good. You got Daniel Jones. And at the same time, if you have Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, like, you shouldn't do anything. Draft picks are too important. And I just don't know where I'm supposed to be landing with that.
Yeah, and it's tough with him. I mean, I don't know. Is he Sam Darnold? All of a sudden, sometimes guys go in the right spot. As far as the Bills go, I find myself more upset that we're in the spot that people felt they could fix it with an Olave or a Waddle, which is the only thing I would have preferred. Because giving up 2 picks for Rashid, it's not the player for me. It's would they have used him? I feel like they got Elijah Moore, who needs more run, in my opinion, and that's probably more a offensive coordinator conversation than it is about Brandon Beane. Jeremy, the thing that drives me nuts about this whole thing is Brandon Beane was on your station waiting, listening, opened it up, and was smug about that he didn't need anything. And here we are. People are calling and they didn't do something by the deadline because they still feel like we don't have enough. If he doesn't go out, and I'm going to give him, however they finish, whatever it is, an exit loss to the Chiefs or whatever.
Super Bowl? I mean, do you think they could win? I mean, they could win it, of course. Like, they could win it.
They could win it. But here's the deal: you kept those picks. I'm cool with it. But I'm sick of watching these teams get these young guys, and I'm like, a random Sunday, I'm like, who's that? Who's this guy for Tampa Bay? Like, they're always a young. Stop giving me flyers on Dwayne Carters of the world and Landon Jacksons of the world who don't get a jersey or get hurt. And I know you can't prevent injuries.
Yeah.
Start giving me flyers on young receivers. I mean, he's literally taken nobody. Like, he's a Shakir miss away from like having nobody over the last 4 drafts at receiver. I mean, Peyton Manning had guys, as soon as his guys aged out, they went out and got Pierre Garcon. I mean, that dude played his whole career with the Colts with top flight, receivers, or at least developed receivers. We have nobody. It's like literally, and they can get it with Kincaid. They can feature him and feature the running game, and that's kind of where I hope they go with it with the defense. But there's nobody instilling fear. I would have liked Shaheed, but I don't know. Is a 3rd-round pick, if that would have overcome the 4th and 5th, is a 3rd-round pick for a guy that gets 20 catches worth it? Because that's what Amari Cooper got you last year. I'm not sure.
Thanks, Zach. Well, I guess the question would be, like, the Cooper gamble, was that a good idea last year? They got to the AFC Championship game. Bean pointed out in his end-of-season presser or somewhere along the way, they scored 7 more points with Cooper in the lineup than without. And if they won the Super Bowl and Cooper catches 3 for 52 in the Super Bowl, we look back on that trade as a massive success. I mean, they were in Kansas City with the ball, with the lead, post-Amari Cooper trade in the AFC Championship game, and they ultimately lose, and Cooper leaves. I don't think about that trade as an opportunity missed. I think that trade is an opportunity taken to try to get better and try to win it. And he was important in the first Chief game here, Cooper was, which helped the Bills in the course of their season. Like, I don't regret that trade. It's not the best way to spend a 3rd-round pick, but it was what you needed to do. So I don't think that was a bad move to acquire Amari Cooper. If you're talking about your Landon Jacksons, I think the Bills, it's funny, the Bills draft, Hairston 2 games, looks pretty good. Sanders, we haven't seen, right? All right, we gotta wait on that one. Sanders, we haven't seen. Landon Jackson, not active, not a factor. Deion Walker looks very good. Like that's looking like a nice pick. Jackson Hawes, living up to it. All right, I got 3 players in a draft. Like, 3 is a good number. If you come out of a draft with 3 players you feel really good about, that's good. The only thing I might push back on is Hairston and Walker are both at very valuable positions. Hawes, debatable. If he's your next Dawson Knox, when Dawson Knox leaves, like, okay, that's a nice piece. That's an important piece. But right now it's a little bit of a role. Part of the draft part of the way I would approach the draft is if I were a GM, and we all love to pretend to be GMs, and we're not, is what position would, if this lottery ticket hits to be the $1 million winner, am I getting the most? And that's where you draft for positional value. That's why running backs at the top have drifted a little bit, and now that's kind of coming back as a position team's taking the first round. But like, where am I going to hit the most? Is it a kicker in the 5th round or a flyer wide receiver in the 5th round? Best case scenario, what gives me more? Like, one of those cashes a much bigger win. So most of the receiver conversation, if you go back again to that famed post-draft interview, my point was simply like, it just makes good business sense to be taking more. And if they had been doing that over the course of these past few seasons, sure, I could pick out your Landon Jacksons and Kyer Elams, but that might be unfair to pick out just the failures. If I was to pick out, instead of, boy, who's a pick here that's reasonably good that I would undo and make a receiver, and would they be better for it? Osiris Torrance, right? Torrance been a good pick. If instead of Torrance, they get a receiver there, it has to be the right receiver. And, at the end of the day, like, the Bills have built a good team. A lot of this really comes down to Coleman, and their biggest investment in that spot is not working, and they kind of know that it's not working, and they're betting that they can get through with it, right? If Palmer were to get hurt, can you win in the playoffs? He is hurt. But if he gets hurt again, can you win the playoffs with Shavers and Coleman and Gabe Davis as your outside receivers? Some would say you can. And with Josh Allen, maybe you can. I saw yesterday Ryan Clark and Dan Orlovsky debating this point, and Orlovsky said, yeah, they can win like that. And Ryan Clark said, they cannot. So, we'll see. A lot of it is just, can Allen do enough? Can their run game do enough? And they might. They really might. 803-0550. Not every team is perfect. Very few teams are perfect. The question is, their flaws expose you. And for the Bills, they've got a couple. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550 to join us. It is Wednesday, post-trade deadline day, November 5th. What's the weather like? It's going to get cold. Is it going to snow soon? We're looking at snow. I think I saw some, not here, but those reports like in the southern tier or in ski country at higher elevations.
I think I've seen snow on the forecast for Sunday and Monday this week, if I'm not mistaken.
It's on the way.
On the way.
Rumors abuzz. Got problems.
All right. 803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. Joe off today here on WGR. I don't understand. Like, could the Bills have made a huge trade or a small trade? Sure, fine. I'm not even really. I'm going to sit here and tell you a lot today that I'm not mad about it, and I'm going to sound mad. But the thing that I am is just I don't understand. I do not understand how the teams that have the human cheat codes are sitting around. The Eagles, I guess, didn't do that. I don't think they have a human cheat code. What the Eagles' cheat code is their GM, who's always moving and always doing stuff. And he goes out and gets a potentially premier pass rusher, maybe tier 2 guy in Jalen Phillips. They sign everybody. They pay everybody. They have all these amazing players. They don't sit still. And here the Bill, I just don't get it. And that's the problem, I guess, is human cheat code on your team, and your answer is to stand pat. Human cheat code running your offense and possibly a road to the 1 seed in a first-round bye. I don't care if you think spending a first-round pick increases your odds to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years by 6%. That 6% seems like a good idea to me. You've never won. You've never won. I'm amazed at the willpower. I'm amazed at the ability to have that patience that maybe I have in my life, but not in my sports life. I don't get it. You're the Chiefs. You have a chance to go to 4. This is, again, more than the Bills right now. You have a chance to go to your 4th consecutive Super Bowl, 4 in a row, win again. You're living a dynasty. What are you afraid of? What on earth could you be afraid of? Patrick Mahomes, they want a 3rd for Breece Hall? Sorry, we have a very firm stance. It's got to be a 4th. What are you doing? Why do you have the job? I don't get it. It's wild to me. Thank goodness for the Jets, and thank goodness for the Saints. The only teams that boldly went in a direction are the bad ones. Why can't the good ones decide, like, it's time to go in a direction, bolt, we're going to go try to win this thing? Instead, everybody just kind of sits still? Amazing to me. Truly amazing. I got a quick stat of the day, then we'll get some open phone calls on the other side. Anthony Prowaska of Cover One. We've had him on the show. You follow him at @pro_Ant. Does great stuff with Cover One and Eric Turner and the whole crew there that we love so much, and we love what they do. He is popping some film from the Bills-Chiefs game, and he also just had something on Khalil Shakir on some stats, which is really kind of amazing. Like, the Bills use Shakir to his strengths, and I think this would speak to those of you that wonder if Joe Brady is interested in getting receivers down the field. Like Shakir, maybe he can do that. But right now, Shakir's season, here's your stat of the day for Shakir. He has 399 yards receiving. Shakir does, which is he's 38th among receivers in targets and 21st in catches. But yards receiving is 399. How many are after the catch? 399 yards receiving. How many of those receiving yards are after the catch?
Oh, man. I mean,
220, I'll say.
I'll say 250.
You say 250? Okay. The correct answer for Khalil Shakir and how the Bills use him to his strengths. I'm not taking you the eye of the beholder. 399 yards receiving, 354 after the catch.
Whoa, 354.
354 after the catch.
That's a specialist. That's what that is.
That's a running back.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what that is.
That's a very skilled running back, good pass catching running back. They use Shakir, depth of target. They just get in the ball and get him in space. It is what he does well. He's very good at it. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. I just like that stat. Like, hey, speaks to his strength, and it speaks to how they use him in really just one way. Could there be more there? Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Joe Kelly, Owen Parker here as well. Back with your phone calls here on WGR. All right, so the Sabres, Paul, they lost in overtime last night and had the stat from earlier that in their last 14 overtime games, they have one goal. They go to shootouts and they lose. They do not win in 3-on-3. And I guess the question I've got for you is, not that you have all 14 of these fresh on the top of your mind, is this a structural problem, or is this that players on this team don't finish in overtime?
They don't finish. They have had golden opportunities. And you're right. I mean, 5 in a row for the Sabres, and the only one that they won was the shootout. And in every single one of them, the guys that you could handpick to get the opportunities got them. And they were grade A, great opportunities. And last night, Alex Tuck, right down the middle. Great glove save. Yeah. The Sabres were facing a goalie who they just can't beat. He is a Sabre killer, but that's the guy. You could say, all right, you're going to get one just fantastic scoring chance. Who would you like? Well, Thompson, of course, would come out of your mouth.
Yep.
Tuck might be the second one out of your mouth, and he got it. And he also, if you recall, got an absolutely wide-open net in the third period on a 3-on-1. They executed it perfectly. Great pass right to Tuck. Wide open net. Missed the net. I mean, so he had 2 grade A golden opportunities, one to put the Sabres ahead, the other to win the hockey game, and he couldn't do it.
I don't understand. Like, could the Bills have made a huge trade or a small trade? Sure, fine. I'm going to sit here and tell you a lot today that I'm not mad about it, and I'm going to sound mad. But the thing that I am is just I don't understand. I do not understand how the teams that have the human cheat codes are sitting around. The Eagles, I guess, didn't do that. I don't think they have a human cheat code. What the Eagles' cheat code is their GM, who's always moving and always doing stuff. And he goes out and gets a potentially premier pass rusher, maybe tier 2 guy in Jalen Phillips. They sign everybody. They pay everybody. They have all these amazing players. They don't sit still. And here the Bill, I just don't get it. And that's the problem, I guess, is human cheat code on your team, and your answer is to stand pat. Human cheat code running your offense and possibly a road to the 1 seed in a first-round bye. I don't care if you think spending a first-round pick increases your odds to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years by 6%. That 6% seems like a good idea to me. You've never won. You've never won. I'm amazed at the willpower. I'm amazed at the ability to have that patience that maybe I have in my life, but not in my sports life. I don't get it. You're the Chiefs. You have a chance to go to 4. This is, again, more than the Bills right now. You have a chance to go to your 4th consecutive Super Bowl, 4 in a row, win again. You're living a dynasty. What are you afraid of? What on earth could you be afraid of? Patrick Mahomes, they want a 3rd for Breece Hall? Sorry, we have a very firm stance. It's got to be a 4th. What are you doing? Why do you have the job? I don't get it. It's wild to me. Thank goodness for the Jets, and thank goodness for the Saints. The only teams that boldly went in a direction are the bad ones. Why can't the good ones decide, like, it's time to go in a direction, bolt, we're going to go try to win this thing? Instead, everybody just kind of sits still? Amazing to me. Truly amazing.
The Bills travel to Miami this week to take on the Dolphins for a 1 o'clock kickoff this Sunday. We'll get the first injury report later today, but yesterday, the Bills were unable to have a trade materialize before the deadline. They did complete a few roster moves. They cut linebacker Jimmy Charlo and wide receiver Christian Wilkerson from the practice squad. They also had tryouts with Kingsley Jonathan, Corey Couch, Casey Toohill, and Garrett Nelson. Some of the big trades at the deadline yesterday around the NFL. Cowboys acquired defensive tackle Quinnen Williams from the Jets for defensive tackle Mozzie Smith, a 2026 second-round pick, and a 2027 first-round pick. The Cowboys also acquired linebacker Logan Wilson from the Bengals in exchange for a seventh-round draft pick. The Seahawks traded for wide receiver Rashid Shaheed from the Saints in exchange for 4th and 5th round picks. The Colts have acquired cornerback Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets for A.D. Mitchell and 2 first-round picks. And the Jaguars acquired wide receiver Jacoby Myers from the Raiders in exchange for 4th and 6th round picks. The Sabres lost again in overtime by a score of 2-1 to the Utah Mammoth. Noah Ostlund scored the lone goal for the team. Up next, the Sabres host the St. Louis Blues tomorrow night for a 7 p.m. puck drop. All of the play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
this has the opportunity to be the best secondary in football in Indianapolis right now. If you think of Cam Bynum, Blackman, Kenny Moore, when Mooney Ward comes back healthy, coming off of the concussion, and if Sauce now here's the thing with Sauce. He hasn't in the last year and a half been the same player he was early in his career. I think he's top 5 in the NFL when it comes to, over the last 2 seasons, defensive pass interference and holding. So they got to get the penalty out of Sauce Gardner, no doubt. But if they and Lou Anarumo can get him to play somewhat the way that he did his first 2 seasons, this secondary in Indy is in the conversation for being the best in that conference, and it's built to beat Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen in the playoffs.
Dan Orlovsky on the Sauce Gardner trade to the Indianapolis Colts. Contest time, in addition to hanging out here on a Wednesday morning, you can jump in. We've got a contest, and hang on, I'm going to find the contest. Joe, you got the read. I thought I had it, but I don't. Caller 5.
Caller number 5.
To 2214-WGR.
2214-WGR.
Got it. I've got it here.
Yes.
You will win tickets to the Kennedy USA Rivalry Series game at KeyBank Center November 8th at 6 p.m., courtesy of the Buffalo Sabres. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com. There you go. Caller 5 to 2214-WGR. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. It is Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Just had a stat for you there on Khalil Shakir and kind of openly wondering if the Bills could use him in different ways, because now that the roster is the roster, no receiver trade, all right, Shakir's got speed. He's run away from people before. If they're looking for more of a vertical passing game, can they get that from Curtis Samuel, Elijah Moore, Khalil Shakir, or Josh Palmer upon his return? And Anthony Prohaska from Cover One had it that, Khalil Shakir, his yak numbers and this and that. And one thing you pull out of all the numbers that Anthony posted was Shakir has 38 catches, and on the 38 catches, he has 45 air yards. Like, this is a player that does not leave the line of scrimmage. Lots of screens, lots of orbit motions. 45 air yards on 38 catches is, I guess, running back stuff. So would Shakir be someone they could unleash in a different way? Maybe you think so. 803-0550. We've talked a lot of trade deadline stuff today, thinking the Bills and the Chiefs and the Patriots and the Steelers and the Broncos and the Chargers, and I thought teams would be more active. And I admire what the Colts did, and I think if it's easy to, from Josh Allen Mountain, say, ha-ha, silly team without Josh Allen. Why would you make trades? But they've got to try to come at the Kings, the Mahomes, the Allens. And there's Dan Orlovsky saying, like, how am I ever going to beat Josh Allen? Is it going to be because Daniel Jones is better than him? Or is it I got to build a team around Daniel Jones that gives me a chance? So I don't think the Colts got fleeced. I like what the Colts did. I think if you're a team like that, you should try to win. And I'm a little disappointed maybe a lot disappointed, that the Bills and the Chiefs don't really have to. There's not much urgency there. They make the Super Bowl all the time. But the Patriots, who have exceeded expectations, like, lean into that. Go ahead and do something really big. Why not? And for the Bills, we'll see. Like, if they win the Super Bowl this year, everybody's thrilled. If they make the Super Bowl, we're probably thrilled. But I know that there's lots of fans that are kind of, the Bills get to the same spot, and then lose. And the attitude of, we're going to keep knocking on the door, that's probably right. They've had some bad luck. They've had some bad injuries. They've run up against great teams, and sometimes they just haven't had their best day. But eventually, the impatience from us might lead to getting frustrated at a deadline to not say, forget knocking on the door. You got to kick it down. I mean, I think Bean's term was kick it down. Well, there are ways to get more aggressive and to lean in a little bit more. And for the Bills, that won't happen this year. Maybe next year, a little bit more aggressive. And then again, next year, maybe they just are Super Bowl champs anyway. And then you do, then you get more aggressive. Whatever you want. Give us a ring, 803-0550. But Shakir, it's the second straight season where in this offense he has found catches, and he is used like a running back in the pass game, which is, it's worked for them. Steve in Texas. Hey, Steve.
Hey, guys. I guess it's kind of the day after, so you're allowed to be frustrated and complain about it. Just like you lose after a game. But, my thing is, you're about to go into a postseason where you legitimately might not have to play Burrows, Mahomes, or Lamar Jackson. And if that doesn't scream, just go do something, just for the chance that even if, you might even only have to play one of them, just go out and get somebody. I mean, they're not one player away, but, they just need something, even if it would have been, go and get Achane from Miami so you have a 1-2 punch at running back or a little insurance if Cook gets hurt, because that's pretty much what their offense is predicated on. I mean, you're a Cook injury or a rolled ankle away from like nothing, because that's what you got right now.
Yep.
So I don't know. I'm just pretty frustrated that we didn't go out and just try to do something just to give us that edge.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, who you might play. Like that one thing about this whole last however many years is, and I wonder if it's any different. If in the last 5 years, instead of 4 Kansas City losses and 1 Bengals loss, it's 2 Chiefs, 2 Ravens, and a Broncos, or 2 Chiefs, a Ravens, a Broncos, and a Bengals. And there are multiple teams that have knocked you out. How different that feels. We could sit here and dog the Bills for the teams that they've beaten in the playoffs. It's Lamar, who's good. And past that, it's Skylar Thompson, Mason Rudolph, Rivers, right? Like, it's not exactly a great list of quarterbacks that they've beaten in the postseason. How does the conversation change if, in fact, they play Indy in the divisional round and they lose to Daniel Jones? How does that, I don't know, does that hit like smelling salts? We don't really want to give any team that doesn't have an Allen-level quarterback, we don't want to give any team a chance to beat them unless they have a Josh Allen. And I wonder when Allen will lose to a quarterback in the playoffs that is definitely his inferior. Burrow, you want to say it? Fine. But even Burrow is thought of as great, right? The Bills have never gone out to a team. You want to go back to Deshaun Watson? That's a long time ago. You know what I mean? When Allen has reached this superstar phase. I wonder if that were to happen, if they were to lose this year to Denver in the playoffs. Here's Denver, who has a really good defense, and Bo Nix, I don't know. Would I think they're going to lose to Denver? No, but does that go to the coaches? Does that go to the GM? Does it go to a bad day? Whatever it is. Like the constant Mahomes has kind of, I think, I don't know, I don't want to say like lulled into this false sense of if you're just better than them, you'll do it. Because 13 seconds happened, and what happened the next week? The Chiefs did lose the next week. Sometimes we treat that like the Bills would have won the Super Bowl, but yet the team that beat them lost the next week. It's, you got to have a number of good games, have to win a bunch of different ways. There's no doubt it's tough, and the Bills have been knocking on the door. And I heard Dan Orlovsky on One Bills Live say the Bills have been good enough to win the Super Bowl the last 6 years, and I agree. The question would end up being like, well, why haven't they? And the answer is constantly because of Mahomes, right? Mahomes, Reed, Spagnuolo, those guys they're in the way. And as soon as those guys have a down year, I don't even know if this is a down year for them, but if the Bills go out to anybody else, I feel like it hits way different. If it's absurd to think about, if the Chargers win the AFC, doesn't that lead to wait, I'm sorry, what happened? Who? We've been here. We've been in the on-deck circle for a half decade. Who jumped us in line? It was who? I mean, the Bengals did it once, and that's a long time ago. The idea that anybody else jumps the Bills in the order is kind of offensive to think about. And we don't, as I think Bills fans, don't give any team that doesn't have an all-world quarterback even a thought. And the Colts, I'm not here telling you they're going to beat the Bills, but just the Colts are attempting to say it's time to give us a thought. We know this guy, I don't know if they'd say this, but you and I know, the guy that's their quarterback has been the butt of a joke. When they went to Daniel Jones, they were mocked. And here they are, atop the AFC. They have a better offense than the Bills do in some metrics with Daniel Jones. So I don't know. And then they just bolster their defense in a big way. Do you take them seriously? I understand if you don't. But you don't take him seriously until you get to a playoff game, and then, boom, you lose, and then the smelling salts hit. Like, how did that happen? I don't know. I wouldn't predict that to happen. But still, like, I keep saying it. I respect what the Colts did. I think the Colts did a good thing for them. Jimmy in Miami. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy. Okay, I have a question to ask, but first I want to say I'm really shocked that the Dolphins didn't do really that much. They got rid of Phillips to the Eagles, but I'm surprised they didn't do something like what the Jets did. The Jets acquired a lot of draft picks. I mean, the Dolphins are in a free fall now, and they're actually in a self-imposed legitimate tank because Stephen Ross is not going to fire McDaniel. He's going to let the team play out. The team's given up on him. I mean, when you watch the game this weekend, in the second half they'll come out. Those guys, they don't even want to tackle anybody. It's really a joke now. But what I wanted to ask you is, with the trade deadline, how much do you think? I mean, I love Josh Allen. Everybody loves Josh Allen. He's a freakishly talented quarterback. He's probably the most talented, physically gifted quarterback in the league. But how much can we put on this Allen? Shouldn't he be going into Bean's office or McDermott and saying, look, I really need I'm running for my life out there. I need somebody that can get some separation, that can break off downfield. I can't keep throwing these little out passes to Shakir on every play, or this little slant over the middle. I mean, how much? I mean, he already had some input when they drafted Coleman. We know that, and maybe even Kincaid too. But anyway, that was my question, and I'll hang up and listen.
All right, thanks, Jimmy. You're not the only one to ask, really. You know, like, would Allen do that? And I mean, I don't know Josh Allen personally. What I do hear plenty of is that he does not. It's just not really in his makeup. That's not the kind of person he is. So, you know, if you're looking for that, I don't know. I don't think it's happening. Not anytime soon. And again, they're good. Like, he might just trust what they're doing, and he doesn't have to be wrong about that. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. All right, I'm trying to find here Allen last year, because the Bills are great, and you have to, like, nitpick, I guess. Sometimes I heard a call yesterday about people nitpicking the Bills, and I thought, like, you called the sports radio station where they talk about the football approximately 16 hours a day. If we didn't nitpick, I don't know what we would do. So that's just worth mentioning. Here are the quarterbacks 9 weeks into the season with a higher EPA against the blitz. All right? We know Allen's getting blitzed a lot. He was not blitzed a ton in the Chief game, but a couple games in there, teams got after him. In obvious passing situations, teams have sent the blitz. Here are the quarterbacks with a higher EPA against the blitz than Josh Allen this year. By the way, not blitzed, he is the number one quarterback in football EPA. Number one. Allen 1, May 2, Darnold 3, Mahomes 4, Stafford 5. Not blitzed, those are your top 5 quarterbacks. Blitzed, it goes in this order. Jordan Love, Lamar, Daniel Jones. Goff, Nix, Stafford, May, Darnold, Mahomes, Caleb Williams, Herbert, Murray, Hurts, Prescott, Stroud, Dart, and then Trevor Lawrence and Josh Allen are tied. Like, if you're a team playing the Bills, I think your formula for trying to knock them off is you have to stop the run, right, to get them in passing situations and then blitz them. And blitz Allen. And we'll see if Joe Brady can continue to have answers. They did have some nice answers against Kansas City. Joe Marino laid out with us earlier today that a lot of those screens just, take the heat off. Make it less likely that they're going to blitz because you throw those screens to kind of let the blitz off. But, you get a good tackling team and a team that likes to blitz a lot, a couple of good corners, like you could be in trouble. To me, the formula for beating the Bills is getting them in obvious passing situations and blitzing. And that's where Allen is he's having a lot more trouble this year. I don't remember him being very middle of the road in previous seasons against the blitz, but right now it's just not where it has been. And again, not blitzed, number one quarterback in the NFL. So that big of a drop-off, I would expect to see lots of blitzes as the season goes on. 803-0550. Let's get to Allie in Denver before the break. Hey, Allie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. How are you?
I'm good, Allie.
I was calling in. I teach ninth grade, my last period of the day, and so that's often when we have a lot of football conversations. And after the Kansas City game, I was kind of prepared to feel horrible. And then the absence of that horror, but I wasn't really happy, but it was like, kind of just tepid, was like, okay, that feels measured. And then the trade deadline, obviously we didn't do anything. Again, was prepared to be like, oh my God, Brandon Beane, why did you trade this person or mortgage our future or whatever? Or, I don't know. I feel like I've been prepared to be just like devastated or horrified. And I feel kind of tepid. And I was talking to, my little squad of 15-year-olds about all of that. And they were having some pretty big reactions of you guys are not going to do enough and you're cooked and Josh Allen is trash without any help and this and that. And I think my takeaway this week, the last handful of days is I think if the 15-year-olds are having that reaction, I don't want to have that reaction. I would like to think that I'm more educated and measured than them about football and understanding, the sweep of a season. And so I think while I'm not elated, and I don't know that you have not sounded overly pleased either, I think just holding our water, even if it's kind of uncomfortable, is maybe the path forward, because I think the alternative is it's unhinged and not always founded in actual facts. So,
well, the thing I would say is did the Eagles mortgage their future by giving up a third for Jalen Phillips? There's mortgaging future and 2 firsts, and then there's, a couple of mid-round picks, which I don't think is anything close to that.
No, absolutely. And I would absolutely agree with that. I don't know. I think it's it will make you crazy. I feel like I get unhinged mentally when I have to be did we do the wrong thing because you just want to win a Super Bowl so badly?
Right.
And we all care so much. And I think it's an example of the stupid trust the process or whatever. I have to believe that there are people who are smarter than me and all of us out here that have something figured out. Because if I am sitting there agreeing with my sweet little 15-year-old boys about how we're cooked, that's just such a grim way to approach
that said,
season.
You are talking to 15-year-old Bronco fans, correct?
We got a mix. We've got some Chiefs fans, which they're just the worst.
That's what I mean. You've got a poisoned experiment here. You've got haters, is what you're talking about.
That's fair. You know what? And that's fair. And it is. I don't know. Tasker always says you're like a pilgrim in an unholy land, and I am in an unholy land out here for sure.
Thanks, Allie.
But thank you for taking my call. Take it easy.
Yeah, thanks for the phone call. Yeah, you're talking to kids in Denver saying Josh Allen's cooked. They're trolling you. they're taking shots when they can. All right, 803-0550. I got to get out of here. Speaking of kids, I got to go speak to Career Day. What do you do at work? Yell about third-round picks and yak yards. All right. Owen's going to hang. Joe's hanging. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show kind of starts a little early, whatever. If you're on hold, hang. 803-0550 here on WGR. Paul, you mentioned Thompson with a chance there. He's got 5 goals in 13 games. One thing that kind of jumps out at me about Thompson, his shooting percentage this year is half of what it was last year. His last 4 seasons, 15, 16, 12, and 18, if I can round a little bit here. And this year he's shooting at 9%. Do you find that Tage is snake-bitten, or is he not getting the same kind of chances? What do you see out of Thompson? Because if his shooting percentage were double, he'd have double the goals, right? And maybe a career high, asking for a career high, which is what last year was, is asking a bit much. But he is below his career shooting percentage considerably.
And I think with him, he will get there. I don't know when that will be, but he will get there. He had 2 posts last night. one early. He went into the backhand and hit a post. And, so right now I think he's just snake bitten. He's the one guy I don't particularly worry about when it comes to goal scoring and slumps and that kind of thing, because last year I remember he didn't score a goal at all. I think it was the first 5 games, somewhere in there. And then the next thing, he scored in every game for the next 5 or 6. And he was off and running. So he just has to get off and running and see the puck go in the net. And he, too, has had some opportunities to win hockey games for them. And it looked like for a bit there that maybe it was starting to come. He did score in consecutive games. It was the 2 Leaf games. I think he had 3 goals in the 2 Leaf games. And I'm thinking, okay, here we go. I mean, now he's going to get going. And, he really hasn't.
I don't understand. Like, could the Bills have made a huge trade or a small trade? Sure, fine. I'm not even really – I'm going to sit here and tell you a lot today that I'm not mad about it, and I'm going to sound mad. But the thing that I am is just I don't understand. I do not understand how the teams that have the human cheat codes are sitting around. The Eagles, I guess, didn't do that. I don't think they have a human cheat code. What the Eagles' cheat code is their GM, who's always moving and always doing stuff. And he goes out and gets a potentially premier pass rusher, maybe tier 2 guy in Jalen Phillips. They sign everybody. They pay everybody. They have all these amazing players. They don't sit still. And here the Bill, I just don't get it. And that's the problem, I guess, is human cheat code on your team, and your answer is to stand pat. Human cheat code running your offense and possibly a road to the 1 seed in a first-round bye. I don't care if you think spending a first-round pick increases your odds to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years by 6%. That 6% seems like a good idea to me. You've never won. You've never won. I'm amazed at the willpower. I'm amazed at the ability to have that patience that maybe I have in my life, but not in my sports life. I don't get it. You're the Chiefs. You have a chance to go to 4. This is, again, more than the Bills right now. You have a chance to go to your 4th consecutive Super Bowl, 4 in a row, win again. You're living a dynasty. What are you afraid of? What on earth could you be afraid of? Patrick Mahomes, they want a 3rd for Breece Hall? Sorry, we have a very firm stance. It's got to be a 4th. What are you doing? Why do you have the job? I don't get it. It's wild to me. Thank goodness for the Jets, and thank goodness for the Saints. The only teams that boldly went in a direction are the bad ones. Why can't the good ones decide, like, it's time to go in a direction, bolt, we're going to go try to win this thing? Instead, everybody just kind of sits still? Amazing to me. Truly amazing.
The B team has arrived. Joe Cali, Owen Parker, taking it the rest of the way for Jeremy White. Joe's off. He's in Miami.
I'm jealous of that one.
I am too. I've been to Miami once in my life. That might be the only time I go, though.
I've never been. Never been down there.
I feel like that's somewhere you have to get to once.
So yeah, it's a bucket list. That's what Jared keeps saying. He's happy Joe's getting down there for the first one.
Yeah, I want to see a Bills game there. That's the one thing I couldn't do. I was a week early for the Bills game. Like, that was for the division in Miami. I was there the weekend before.
Man.
So yeah, it was a rough time, but
right.
Speaking of the Bills, inactive at the trade deadline. We've been talking about it all morning. A lot of other teams, the big teams in the AFC have been inactive during the trade deadline as well. The Colts really being the only one. And listen, it's got to be Carly Ursay there. Like, that's the common denominator.
Right.
That's the new addition to that organization that would make the most sense for things really to be turning around there. But they built themselves up now. Their secondary, I think they're aiming to take out the top teams in the AFC, and I don't know. It's a little unsettling to me. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I mean,
the Bills stuff.
I'm impressed with the gumption they've shown. I think you've got to respect going after a big name like they did in Sauce Gardner and really just, all right, what does it cost? Sure, whatever, we'll do it.
Throw everything at him.
And I like a lot the point that Jeremy's been making all morning. Like, why, if you're a team with the quarterbacks that the top teams in the AFC do, with Josh Allen and the Bills, Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes, why are you not doing that? What's the disadvantage there? You're getting a guaranteed impact performance player.
Yep, who's going to instantly come in and change things.
Right. And you're giving up the cost. The cost is your future picks of guys that you might get for cheaper deals that might be able to do the same thing. But there's a lot of might going on in there. There's a lot of could happening.
Yeah.
And I think when you're in a position like the Bills and the Chiefs and, some of the other contenders in the AFC, the Chargers, Denver, when you're in the position that these teams are in, you have a sure thing to count on at under center with your quarterback. Why not give yourself as much of that as you can and guarantee yourself the best shot you can take at winning it all this year? And I just don't see why you end up deciding I'm just going to hold on to the picks.
Yeah, I really can't get past it. I was driving around yesterday just running some errands, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm all in on Olave. Like, if the Bills can really push, and I know the Saints really weren't willing to move him, it sounded like. They wanted to hang on to him, but Shaheed was the one they would be okay with. I would give anything I could at this point. You have your running back paid. You paid him, right?
Right.
You don't have to worry about drafting a running back. Your quarterback, of course, is arguably the best quarterback in the NFL, right? Depending on whatever circle you're running in. And your wide receivers, you have good receivers that you can surround that guy.
Right.
All you had to do was get that guy. And sure, the cap space for the future is tough. Like Olave, $500,000 roughly, you would have had to pony up for him.
You could have fit it this season. It's moving forward with a new contract needed for Olave or another player of that stature.
Right.
That is a problem for a team that's strapped up against the cap every single season. But that is not something that should be. It's not a blockade for the Eagles.
Right. Look at they took the chance. They'd rather go with the guarantee than hope that you hit on a draft pick.
Right.
Which historically, I mean, let's be honest. Being in drafting wide receivers, and Coleman's like the recency bias for sure.
Right.
But like realistically, he's been aggressive to trade up for every other position but that.
Yeah.
So
he's
what do we feel like if we're hanging on to those picks anyway? Not great.
Yeah, you've got to, it's tough to look forward this amount now with where they're at in the season, with how much is at stake.
Yeah, we're
in
still
terms
dead
of
in the
season.
middle. Yeah.
So, it's hard to project and look ahead like, oh, they're going to take a guy now finally. You got to think probably if they're holding on to the picks the way that they did. And you're keeping all your picks. That means you're going to have a bunch of spots that you're going to, have resources to spend.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a place that I think they clearly need to spend some resources. And I don't doubt that they were looking around and trying some stuff. Like, there's no way Bean was sitting up in his office thinking, I don't want to do anything.
And even if it's not wide receiver, like, they were probably thinking of something. I thought they were going to – I was more stunned. I thought wide receiver would have been nice, but I for sure thought, like, Harrison Phillips was going to be a Bill. Like, they did nothing, and that was the more surprising thing to me. Like, not even a defensive piece.
Exactly, and I think that illustrates a lot of, I think, what all the top teams were dealing with a little bit. It seems like prices were high, and teams didn't want to meet them. And I think a lot of what happens on these deadline days is – you've got one side as the buyer who is thinking this team doesn't have anything they're playing for. I can, I can squeeze a little bit more out of this than they want to give up.
Right.
And the opposite is likely true of the teams that are selling, and they're thinking these teams are desperate. They know this is their last shot, so we're gonna make them sweat it here and see what we can get. And I think there comes a point where one of those two sides has to break. And I think we didn't see a lot of that happen yesterday.
No,
we saw the Colts go, all right,
that was it.
We're going to do it. We're going to give up the big price that nobody thinks we should pay for the guy in Sauce Gardner, and they took the risk.
It was a seller's market.
Right, and there was nobody else that was willing to take the same leap. And I think that is a leap that is worth taking for a team like the Bills, like the Chiefs, like the Chargers, like the Broncos. And I just
to really put you over the edge as a Super Bowl team.
Right. And I think the fact that none of those other teams did anything, increases the desire for the Bills to have done something.
You could have gotten a leg up on them so easily. Yeah.
You could have pulled away from the pack a little bit here in a tight conference race if you added a big name player in some spot. And you could have really given yourselves a jump if the Chiefs weren't going to do anything and the Ravens have kind of fallen by the wayside. You had an opportunity to really take a stranglehold and try and pull yourself out ahead of what's really happening here with this AFC race.
Right. And one thing I do want to say, hindsight's 2020, right? We can sit here today and be like, oh, they should have done this, this, and this. Well, I still do believe they should have done absolutely something, just anything. I think it's best to just kind of look forward at what can they do, right? Like what realistically are the expectations? What did we see in this Chiefs game that actually was it was pretty promising? Like Elijah Moore going downfield, the tight end usage was very promising. We heard that Chris Trapasso clip mentioning Kincaid should be probably your number one wide receiver, right?
Yeah, and I think he's absolutely earned that sort of target share level at this point with what he's doing. He's so efficient. You've got to give him the chance to get a little more of a chance in volume target wise to see if he can continue to keep that efficiency with increased opportunity.
Absolutely. This team feels Chiefs-ish though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like from 2 seasons ago.
Right.
Where it was just Kelsey and Mahomes and then everybody else.
We'll figure everything else out.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm very curious because now, you're going to somebody needs to do something on the outside.
Right.
Eventually. You can't survive with nothing on the outside the way that they have been.
Yeah.
And Coleman has continued. It almost looks like it's getting worse.
It has. The Baltimore game in week 1, he was down the outside making contested catches the entire time. What happened to that?
I think the trust has deteriorated. There's a level of Josh was giving him all kinds of looks through training camp, so they got on the same page. And I think that the struggles that he has had, Coleman, since that opening game against Baltimore has just forced Josh to look away from him quicker and quicker every passing week. And you can't survive with that out there. We talked today a little bit about how defenses are playing Coleman. There's no safety help over the top on Coleman's side.
No.
And it is opening up defenses to just dominate the Bills' passing attack because they know they've got a non-factor on one boundary.
Right.
And you can't realistically think you're going to survive with that. And especially not when you get to the playoffs and you're playing against good defenses.
The Colts.
Right.
Who are now the best secondary in football?
If you can trust, whatever second cornerback is on that Colts roster to go take Coleman and have no safety help, and then you've got a free Sauce Gardner to go worry about Khalil Shakir
You're
or
in trouble.
Help over top of Dalton. Like, you are in deep trouble offensively.
Yeah.
So there's going to need to be somebody that steps up, whether that's Gabe Davis, Elijah Moore, or whether Keon kind of really figures something out here and has a late season push.
Well, Elijah Moore was efficient in Cleveland.
Right.
And it wasn't just dink and dunk handoffs, passes, bubble screens. It was actually a little bit of downfield passing, too.
Yeah.
Josh Palmer coming back when he's healthy, that's going to be huge. I do think that's going to contribute.
We saw that flash early on before he got hurt against I'm forgetting the game now. But
so am I. I just know when he got injured.
We saw, he's wide open on whatever it was, 3 plays that he ran.
Yes.
And that looked great. And then, much like Michael Hoyt, we get a taste of what could be, and it's ripped away from us.
Mm-hmm.
And, it sounds like Palmer's going to get back into practice action this week, and we might get a look at him coming back.
Yeah,
and
you mentioned Davis, too.
Right,
If he gets healthy, we can see what he has to offer.
Right. I don't love that he got one practice in and already was back to being hurt after taking a long time with another injury.
Not promising. Very promising at all.
But one of those flyers is going to have to pay off now because you didn't pick up another one at the trade deadline. Yeah. And somebody's got to work out.
Somebody has to. And it's honestly, Joe Brady, I've been thinking about this. Like, my whole thing was if they bring in a wide receiver, and they didn't, but if they did, would he utilize them properly in the scheme? Because that was my biggest concern. Because Diggs' drop off of Amari Cooper was a non-factor, right? Like, Cooper was old. I don't think it's the same situation, but
yeah,
I think we saw a little bit of a shift in the Chiefs game. I think they know what they have to do, and they started doing it.
Right.
If they get Palmer back, like we mentioned, Elijah Moore utilized more downfield and feed Dalton Kincaid, I do think this team is still considered a Super Bowl team if they do the right things.
There's a path to this offense still being effective.
Yes.
It's just there needs to be a couple of issues solved, and that there have been solutions that we've seen. It's just they have to be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to win 3-4 playoff games with the deficiencies they have.
With Khalil Shakir getting like 0 air yards.
Right. I mean, that stat was mind-blowing.
95% of his yards are yak.
Right. Great. That's an effective player, but that's not going to help you in the area that we're speaking about now. He's going to help you, and the offense is still going to, he's going to get a lot of targets and catch a lot of balls and make his plays with it. But it doesn't change the way that defenses play you, like we're talking about with how they play against Keon.
Mm-hmm.
And that is an issue.
You're absolutely right. We do have to take a quick timeout here. We'll wrap this up on the other side. Joe Kelly, Owen Parker in for the last half hour of the Jeremy and Joe show. You're listening to WGR.
Paul, you mentioned Thompson with a chance there. He's got 5 goals in 13 games. One thing that kind of jumps out at me about Thompson, his shooting percentage this year is half of what it was last year. His last 4 seasons, 15, 16, 12, and 18, if I can round a little bit here. And this year he's shooting at 9%. Do you find that Tage is snake-bitten, or is he not getting the same kind of chances? What do you see out of Thompson? Because if his shooting percentage were double, he'd have double the goals, right? Like, and maybe a career high, asking for a career high, which is what last year was, is asking a bit much. But he is below his career shooting percentage considerably.
And I think with him, he will get there. I don't know when that will be, but he will get there. He had 2 posts last night. One early. He went into the backhand and hit a post. So right now I think he's just snake bitten. He's the one guy I don't particularly worry about when it comes to goal scoring and slumps and that kind of thing, because last year I remember he didn't score a goal at all. I think it was the first 5 games, somewhere in there. And then the next thing he scored in every game for the next 5 or 6. And he was off and running. So he just has to get off and running and see the puck go in the net. And he, too, has had some opportunities to win hockey games for them. And it looked like for a bit there that maybe it was starting to come. He did score in consecutive games. It was the 2 Leaf games. I think he had 3 goals in the 2 Leaf games. And I'm thinking, okay, here we go. I mean, now he's going to get going. And, he really hasn't.
All right, so the Sabres, Paul, they lost in overtime last night and had the stat from earlier that in their last 14 overtime games, they have 1 goal. They go to shootouts and they lose. They do not win in 3-on-3. And I guess the question I've got for you is, not that you have all 14 of these fresh on the top of your mind, is this a structural problem or is this that players on this team don't finish in overtime?
They don't finish. They have had golden opportunities. And you're right. I mean, 5 in a row for the Sabres, and the only one that they won was the shootout. And in every single one of them, the guys that you could handpick to get the opportunities got them. And they were grade A, great opportunities. And last night, Alex Tuck, right down the middle. Great glove save. Yeah, the Sabres were facing a goalie who they just can't beat. He is a Sabre killer, but that's the guy. You could say, all right, you're going to get one just fantastic scoring chance. Who would you like? Well, Thompson, of course, would come out of your mouth.
Yep.
Tuck might be the second one out of your mouth, and he got it. And he also, if you recall, got an absolutely wide open net in the third period on a 3-on-1. They executed it perfectly. Great pass right to Tuck. Wide open net. Missed the net. I mean, so he had 2 grade A golden opportunities, one to put the Sabres ahead, the other to win the hockey game, and he couldn't do it.
Welcome back. Final segment of the Jeremy and Joe show. Jeremy was with you for most of the way. Joe's in Miami. Joe Callie, Owen Parker here with you to wrap things up.
The post-mortem on a dead trade deadline.
Post-mortem after the inactive trade deadline. This is crazy. I don't know. I struggled because seeing the Taron Johnson restructure immediately filled me with, they're doing something.
Of course.
And then we got the Everybody Eats tweet, which should have been the sign for everybody that nothing was going to happen.
I actually think that
happened.
I saw that tweet and decided to take a nap. I'm not I'm not even trying to be funny. I think that happened. I saw the tweet. It was like whatever time that was. It was 3:30 or something.
Yeah.
And I was scrolling. I saw Everybody Eats. I saw somebody say like, "Okay, cool. So nothing's happening." And I just was like, all right, I don't need to keep just staring at Twitter's, update circle every 20 seconds. Like I'm going to
just the void of Twitter. Yeah, you're just waiting for something to happen. Tough. I was on the refresh wagon bad.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Bad. It was like a junkie. Couldn't stop. I was all over it. I don't know. I'm okay with like a day after thinking about it and kind of just what we were talking about in the last segment. Like looking forward, they do still have hope, I think, in pieces that they're going to be able to, if they utilize them properly, they should still be a Super Bowl team, like deep playoff run. So I'm okay with that. It's just the question of whether or not this philosophical shift in the offense that we started to see will continue. But James Cook, I mean, the Chiefs game might be a little bit misleading because I think the Bills are perfectly built to beat them.
Yeah.
Where other teams, maybe not so much. Like, the Chiefs can't stop a run, and they also can't run. So you sold out against the pass for the Chiefs, and you were rushing Mahomes. Like, they were a good yin and yang. I don't know how other teams will match up, like New England, for example.
Right. I am trying to just take all the positive out of that Chiefs win that I can.
Yeah.
Like,
just milk it.
I hate the it doesn't matter take. I think if you think it doesn't matter, then you don't care about the Bills' season and where they end up in the play. Like,
and anyone saying that they had to lose that game to win the one in the playoffs, I think that's so far gone.
I get the superstition and whatever. You want to see something different, but like, let's get real.
Yeah.
I loved everything about that game aside from losing Hoyt. I thought they looked great. And, if you're built to beat the best team
in football,
then I think you're built to win a lot. And so I don't have a problem with anything that happened in that game. And there's nothing about it that I'm taking away as discouraging.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for us. Stay tuned. Norton Automotive Extra Point Show with Zach and Derek coming up next for you here on WGR. Joe Kelly, Owen Parker in for the final segments of the Jeremy and Joe Show. You're listening to WGR.